Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to Against the Storm on a Saturday night. We're gonna do our last Ironman run. Hopefully I mean that in a positive way. And not in a I give up kind of way. Alright. So we beat our Prestige 19. We are ready for our Prestige 20. We have a watchtower open. We have 4 bonus embarkation points. We have an option to take humans. Unfortunately, they come with beavers, but it can't all go perfectly. Wait a minute. Amber 4. I thought Amber cost 5 last time we checked. Is everything else the same? That's the only one that my mind is coming back to. So if we take Amber in our plantation, that leaves us with 5 points. Do we just load up on food? Or should we take some other prep materials? Hey, System Chalk. Listen, you just go out there. You don't have to say anything. You just have to clean up the blood. The dichotomy of how that speech turned out was fantastic. That was a great line. It really was. He has great delivery as an actor. He's able to just kind of turn that on and turn it off, which is a very difficult thing to do. I equate that to when singers go from high to lows. Of course, it makes perfect sense. Oh, NFTs. I'm trying to remember. There was one specific one that I read about a while back. It was one of the first resale of NFTs. And it was bought for about $15 million. It was one of the Bored Ape auctions. And then they finally resold it just like for 10 grand or something. And everyone was like, wow, you overpaid for 10 grand. It's like, but he bought it for 15 million. Hey, Living Plus actually has some benefits, except for the negative traits that come with a cruise, but you're also, stuck on land. Goodwill. I mean, obviously it was an impulse buy by a celebrity. That's kind of just the way that goes. So what do we take here? I'm actually kind of curious how we're going to start this one out. I don't want to overplay my hand, but we should have a fantastic start going in, which is a really scary thing to say. Today was a movie watching day. We had some free time. I'm just going to take some extra food with this. We don't want to get buried. No, they would all just go to a porn website. That's where they would go. No one from any of those hot tub streams is ever going to come into my stream. That is a fact that I know for sure. Why would they? What purpose would there be? They're never going to find the thing that they want here. And if I'm being completely honest, I wouldn't want to turn into the streamer that they want to watch. Despite the money. I don't need throngs of thralls throwing themselves and their money at me because they want me to take my shirt off. Because I'm not going to take my shirt off. That's a bad comparison. I was literally talking to my wife today about doing a fitness stream. Maybe once a week. Setting up in the little home gym in the scary part of the basement where my weights are. And then I might take my shirt off, because it gets real hot when you work out. So it was a bad comparison. But those people still aren't coming into my stream. That's not a thing I have to worry about. You can all come hang out in my fantasy land, though. It's nice to have a few people there with me. Alright, my theory is that we're going to have planks under control. And I don't just want to load up on food. So if we pull in some stones, that could fix a lack of brick issue early on. I'm guessing at issues here, though. I'm just spitballing against a wall on what I think is going to go wrong. Which might be a bad way to look at it. So let's do this. We'll grab wood. And we'll grab some reeds. We've already got some bricks. We've already got some planks. We are on a watchtower. So we have no fear of mass opening glades. Perhaps our issue is just going to be that we're short on people. And with my one extra point, all I can do is grab food. We should find everything. Are we golden? We might be golden. Let's jump in and see what our start looks like. All right. So I watched 2 movies today. We ran over to the Red Box and picked up a couple of things. Losing villagers will add 0.5 more points to her impatience. Losing people is now an absolute disaster. That's the Prestige 20 negative. We watched Renfield. Nicolas Cage as Dracula. Oh, we got our last group. It's foxes. That might have changed my ideas just a little bit. as long as you know what you're getting when you get into it, it is good. I did enjoy it in a very 80s horror movie kind of way. If you know what that means, you're absolutely going to enjoy it. If you don't know what that means, perhaps it's not the horror of today. It is definitely. I need to be very aware of myself when I say that word. I have a tendency to drop an R and just say I watched a horror movie. And I really need to make sure I emphasize horror. It is a horror movie. But the comedy horror, except, you know. Bleeding trees gain 2 resin every time woodcutters cut down trees. So we're going to have plenty of resin. That's a big plus. The other movie, which I was surprised about because I let my spouse pick them, was the Dungeons and Dragons movie that I wanted to see in theaters. But it stopped being in our theater after a month. It had 2 showings a day. Never when I'm available, and I didn't get to catch it in theaters, and I kept seeing headlines about how it was a box office bomb. Oh yeah, it was terrible, didn't play well in the theaters. I thought it was great. As a person who has watched D&D movies in the past, and just been completely and utterly underwhelmed, I'm really glad I saw it. This could have flown under the radar and been gone. Yes, the one with Jeremy Irons. Oh man. The one where the second movie, I don't even think went into theaters. Let's see. It took me a while to realize that there was a second and third movie to that. The studio that brought you Lord of the Rings. Hey, Yanek. I am doing pretty well. I hope you are doing well, and I hope you got some sleep last night. Alright, where's my Dungeons and Dragons? Here it is. Dungeons and Dragons. This is no game. The 2000 fantasy adventure film. Yeah. Wait, is this the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Not a problem. I am always happy to be on the second monitor. So yeah, if you get the opportunity, don't go in with expectations of grandeur. That's not what you're getting. You're not getting a $300 million payment towards a movie. They spent what they spent, and they did what they did, and I enjoyed it for what it was. I can find joy in a lot of things, though, so maybe that's not a fair comparison. I had a good time. My wife enjoyed it, and she doesn't D&D, so even from the outside perspective. And I believe it's Chris Pines. It's one of the Chris's. I'm pretty sure it's Chris Pines was the lead actor. And they all act at completely different levels. in an entertaining fashion. It's not like if you see... Hold on. I've got sounds going on in the background. Give me 1 second. Gotta make sure everything's good out there. Alright, yeah, we're good. So Chris Pines acts as Chris Pines, and then everybody else kind of acts at the level you would expect them to act at, which is perfect. It's not like throwing Patrick Stewart in with a bunch of newbies, and, you know, Patrick Stewart is essentially being a Broadway actor, and everyone else is just trying to do their best to keep up with Patrick Stewart. Nobody's trying to just keep up with Chris Pines. They're all doing their thing, and it fits perfectly with the character archetypes. Hey, 3 hours of sleep is not bad. We take every bit we can get. I got 5 hours myself last night. I am feeling pretty darn good. All right, let's check our negatives. I'm rambling. I'm rambling because we're talking about a thing I like talking about. Creeping shadows. Discovering a glade during the storm will decrease global resolve by 10 for 3 minutes. Oh, that's very deadly. We need to keep an eye on that. No glades during the storms. I think my cat is bringing me a toy. 1 sec, I need to call her so she knows I'm here. Alright, she's just in the other room meowing at me now. Oh yeah, I get that. Luckily, I have a fan that is mostly quiet now. For a while there, it was not quiet. It was a loud fan, and I did not enjoy it. Yeah, you should be asleep. I'm sure it's like 3 o'clock in the morning there or something. Maybe 4. The hearth's resistance has decreased by 200. We need to be aware of blight rot. Distracted. Thanks, game. Just really hitting it home. Yes, I get distracted. Villagers with this effect have a 20% chance of destroying their yield with each production cycle. And if we get to 5, we're just doomed. Minus 20 global resolve. But this is like your prime time, isn't it, Ianek? This is This is the perfect time for you to shine. Like, I just assume that you have a circadian rhythm disorder like I do. Because my body doesn't want to sleep until about 3 or 4 in the morning. So using your clock right now is when I should be going to bed, about 4. That would be ideal. I don't think we go Forester's Hut. We're gonna get free resin from trees. Crystallized dew is... nah. I feel like we could get a better source. Brick oven. Pie is a big winner. Coal is a pretty big winner. And having access to a luxury item is helpful. So let's go brick oven here. Furnace, forager's camp. All right, game. 2-star pie, copper bars, and bricks. Copper bars, we could put down a mine, use the copper bars to make tools if we get a tool building. Better source of bricks is always good. A lot of times bricks is our weak point. We've got a clearance water that we don't care about. And we got a nice little farm right down here. And I gotta get my camera centered, and hope that I don't ruin that too. Alright, let's get woodcutters. I think we're gonna make a beeline for this farm. I think we're going to charge small glades. As best we can. Yeah, that's... God, I think we might have the same problem. As soon as the sun hits, it reminds me of what they say about people with dementia have at sundown. All of a sudden, everything falls apart. As soon as I can tell that the sun is up, I'm like, oof, I'm suddenly completely worn out, and I realize exactly what time of day it is. And it's a terrible feeling. But I also think that's how most people feel around midnight-ish. Like, oh, I've been awake so long, it's now midnight. And I'm thinking, I don't even want to go to bed yet. It's only midnight. All right, we need our crude workstation to start. Is this... Oh, that's 3 spaces in the middle? Ugh. All right, that's poor. That's a poor setup. Yep, exactly. But then again, it's going to take a while for us to get that brick oven down. So maybe we put the furnace down first to give us access to bricks. Yeah, that'll work. Usually by about mid-afternoon, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, I'm suddenly full of energy again. Whether or not I got any sleep the night before, my body doesn't know the difference. It's like, hey, you're awake. It's the afternoon. Let's go do a thing. You look like you want to go run. Listen, body, I still have a few hours of work left. Oh, work, you don't want to do that. You want to go play. All right, let's get some shelters down. It's such a weird cycle, and it happens every day. All right. The other one we wanted to get right away was the brick oven. Is that it? That's all of our major buildings? Unless we want to start playing Field Kitchen, but I don't think we're ready to start playing Field Kitchen. We'll let a few other things build first. Makeshift post? We should get a makeshift post down. We're going to want to get trading started, especially if we're just going to start rushing small glades. We'll worry about blight post next year. All right, we'll put the roads down. I'll let them start walking around so it looks like we're doing something instead of me rambling again. Yeah, sleep deprivation, another topic that I'm more than glad to talk about for long periods of time. Oh, I forgot I was gonna put down some parks. You know what? Let's not do parks. Let's do benches, because we have a couple of little open spots here. I never slept at night, even when I was little. But they don't really want to diagnose children with insomnia, because I'm gonna say because it sets them up poorly going forward. Because how do you treat that? Alright, we don't need bricks, right? We have a building for that. So we'll just start setting these up. We've already burned through all of our planks, amazing. I've been on sleeping pills for a very long time now. Long enough that I don't foresee getting off of them, even though I know that would be the healthy option. Long-term sleeping pills are not advantageous to your health. Hidden reward. Gain an ancient tablet for every 2 completed Glade events. Hidden reward. Hi, kitten. You gonna say hi? No? Okay. I have a kitten. I could turn the camera on and let you see her if she's gonna be nice and hang out. But I think she's been sleeping a lot, so she might not hang out. In the Scarlet Orchard, ancient tablets are the big winner. They will give us bonuses on bonuses, which we'll explain later, once we have them. I've done a lot of things to try and fight the insomnia. I didn't get on pills until I was in my 20s. We'll look at our orders later. Okay, here's our field. We got a stone cutter. We got some people that I don't think we're gonna need. We can make this work. It's a lot of trees to cut down. But we're gonna want this walkway done. I have many, many terrible stories about being on Ambien. That was my first foray into sleeping pills. The main issue with Ambien they are worse. If you are on sleeping pills, you train your body to need them. So, like I said, I might very well be screwed. It's just be on sleeping pills for the rest of my life, or not have to worry about going to work anymore and find a job where I can just sleep within my circadian rhythm disorder. That seems like the other likely option. But yeah, Ambien did not, how to phrase, it didn't make me go to sleep. It's more like it made me forget that I was awake. Those are not the same thing. All right, what are we gonna run out of first? Well, we still don't have the furnace down. I think we're gonna try and use coal for most things. Oops. Let's relegate you to berries. That should be our largest quantity of food. Yeah, I could see that. Being tired and confused. Yeah, yes, exactly. That is the perfect comparison. It's the skip time button. That, yes, that I like that. We don't have anything to make bricks, so we're not going to get the furnace going quite yet. Until we get this ready as well. Like I said, I did many things while on Ambien that I don't remember, but other people have told me about, which is a very scary concept. Go ahead and favor the foxes already. And we're going to want to look into getting some specialty housing for the beavers at some point. Alright, we got plenty of stuff for everybody to do. I still have 2 builders, and I think I need to keep at least 2 builders going. My woodcutters are just never going to be done. Warehouse here eventually when we get enough bricks. There are things in my life for which I don't need to be awake. Yeah, pain is a good thing to kind of skip. They make different pills for pain where you don't have to lose the time, though. Although, I don't have enough knowledge on that topic to make a definitive statement on if that is a good way to do it. Because I don't know how much better a lot of the long-term pain pills are good either. I have a family member that is on essentially permanent pain pills. And he doesn't really have an option. He has a broken back. So he's just constantly in pain, and there's no turning it off. And I have another family member who has a disease that I can't remember the name of, but her muscles are essentially turning to bone, is my understanding. That's how they described it to me as a layman, because I didn't understand the scientific portions of it. And it just kind of, those pain nerves in there just kind of send relays to the brain that say, hey, You're in pain because of this process. And drugs don't really turn that part off. So you're just kind of in pain. But all of those things sound just awful. Which is why I try not to complain about only getting a few hours of sleep every night. Maybe there's just worse stuff out there. I try and take my life cues from a small subset of heroes, and I know they say never to meet your heroes, but if I got the opportunity, there's a few people I would like to meet. Obviously, Bob Ross is gone. And Mr. Rogers is gone. Those are people we don't get to meet anymore. But Weird Al is still alive. And that seemed like another fantastic person to have as a hero. Again, as an outsider who's never met the man. Beavers, what happened? Could have sworn they were at a positive number just a moment ago. Yeah, if you're gonna go cold turkey, the last thing you want to do is feed that beast while you're in process. Alright, one of you is... This is gonna have to get done, guys. And then somebody's probably gonna have to start gathering food. We can take more people in, and stone would be good. At least you know what you've got going into it. I think that's going to be helpful for you. 5, 9, 10, 12. We got house for 12. We're good to take 2 more right now. I say as they go negative. Well, you guys obviously lost a point from coats. Foxes, what did you lose 2 points from? They've got the comfort bonus. None of them are in jobs that make them happy. Interesting. Yeah, usually a good idea to listen to the doctor on that sort of thing. I've already said it once, but I'll say it again. I am no expert when it comes to medicine. It is not an area that I have a lot of strength or knowledge at all. Just to be blunt and completely honest. Alright, so what are we doing? We are looking for more fields, probably. And we need more people. We don't open glades during the storm. Correct. We don't discover glades during the storm. I'm gonna pull you for now. Finish your cloth, and then I'm going to take you. Yeah, if the doc's telling you to take blood thinners, I assume there's a reason that you're taking blood thinners. And if they have interactions with anything else that you're taking, I would take a doctor's note on that one. Why did we burn through so much food? How did we eat that much in a single year? Did everybody consume double? I know there's a chance for that to happen, but it shouldn't be that high. Right here, too. What do you got for me? Queen's Gift. A mysterious amber orb with a magical flame trapped within. Increases the Ancient Hearth's resistance by plus 50 for every impatience point you have. Work Safety Guide. Every 5 villagers with the need for education fulfilled will increase global production speed by 25%. Alright, I'm not too happy with this roll. Hearth Resistance. We usually try and control our Blight Rot. Generally, we do it well enough that our base resistance, even with the minus 200 that we're going to get from the mystery, is fine. Which leads me to think we should reroll. These are gold bordered, so these are supposed to be the good ones. So I am thinking reroll. Yeah, bounce that idea off your doctor. Just say that you want other options. At least you get to know what they are. We're gonna reroll here. I'm not even gonna think about it. We're gonna reroll. Alarm bells. Workers have a plus 20% higher chance of producing double yield when the hearth's expected corruption rate is 150% or higher. That's going to be a very limited amount of time. Woodcutter's Prayer. Plus 1 to wood production. Lose all stored fuel. We're going to lose a lot of wood, but we're going to make it back almost immediately. And with that, we can essentially burn it willy-nilly. No problem. I like to have the conversations. And sometimes it's good to talk about that sort of thing, especially if you're not talking about it with anybody in real life, where you're like, hey, I have these issues. Sometimes you need somebody to say, well, here are the questions you might want to ask your doctor when the time comes. Because I'm definitely not going to tell you to do something that your doctor tells you not to do. That would be terrible advice. Alarm bells is only a plus 20%. So we're going to go with Woodcutter's Prayer and take the immediate hit to fuel. And we should be able to get the coal back as well once we get the furnace up and running. Sometimes just knowing you've got somebody in your corner to say, yeah, that's an issue. Let's see what questions you can ask to get that fixed. And this definitely seems like one of those issues where you're going to want to raise it and say, hey, I'm having a problem with this. As the doctor, is there a thing you can help me with to make this better so that my life is more livable? Do we need to buy anything else? I don't think we need to buy anything else. I really want to get some of this so we can get fox houses down. Our brains don't really like positive thought. Our brains like to dwell on the horrible parts. Those are the things that keep us awake. Those are the things we remember. It's one of the unfortunate side effects of being human. But it's also okay. It's not a bad thing to have those thoughts. It's normal. It means your brain is functioning properly, and it means you are thinking through the situation before acting on it, which are all good things. The bad thoughts suck, but they were going to be there regardless. So you may as well be able to talk about them, get that out there. All right, we need wood. Need wood badly. You guys are doing a delivery. Good. You guys are doing a delivery. We'll have wood in no time. All right, let's get some more glades open. See if we can find another farm to work with. Are we just gonna go crazy? Opening small glades, or should we do this one at a time? Probably one at a time. We're not in a massive hurry. Our brains like to go to dark places, especially when we're having an issue. Obviously, the best example I can come up with is not being able to sleep. Oh, I can't sleep. Why can't I sleep? And then my brain wants to sit on the fact that I can't sleep. Like, oh, well, that's not good either. Is this just 2? Why just 2? We need more people. This is going, so that's good. We're going through... We're gonna go through all of that food before the end of the year? That's not good either. You're gonna run out of bricks and copper in no time. We're already at hostility 2. 11, we need a small boost for beavers. But we have no planks. Well, all he's going to be doing is planks from now going forward. But we put somebody in here. But we'll get that fixed. Builder, what are you doing? Grabbing materials? Ah, you're getting the brick oven done. Excellent. Then he'll go back to the roads. Then he's waiting on mostly just bricks. Mostly just bricks, which We have some of. So he's probably going to drop those off first. Can they do 11? They probably can't do all 11. They'll probably get 10 and then stop. Ooh, the archaeological discovery. That's a little early. I'm not going to complain about it. I wish it were a field, but you can't always get what you want. There we go. I believe that is supposed to be what sleeping is, or at least the dream portion of sleeping is your brain going through things that either have happened or your brain thinks is going to happen and teaching you to deal with it. This is how I'm going to deal with blank if blank happens, which is why our dreams are so weird. Alright, we are just burning food. How much do you guys pick up? If we do 10 spots, that's 60. We're going through 60 in this season. We might need a backup. I'm gonna have to put my builder in here for a while. I know he was working on stuff, but brains are tricky. We either need the fox house or the beaver house. I'm sorry? What is an obelisk? A mystical stone monument. Unknown runes are carved all over its surface. It doesn't appear to have a timer. We can tear it down for stuff. Or we can make an offering with luxury materials, of which we have a ton of resin. We're going to have a ton of resin. Aesthetics. The symbol carved into this monument stone bear an eerie resemblance to the forest and corruption. Decreases hostility. Hey, Sylphea. How are you this evening? Wonder how much this decreases hostility by. Let's grab that. He hasn't even gotten a single egg yet, and I'm going to pull him. I also need to make sure we don't run out of food. Yes, hi kitten, I did pet you, I'm sorry. She's cleaning herself. Sylphea, what are you up to today? Do you have any grand plans? Where's all of our food going? Is anybody pulling it? Doesn't look like it. Ooh, demos. What's on your plate? Did you grab the demo for... Sorry if that paused my game. I'm looking at a thing on my desktop. One Lonely Outpost. I saw somebody posted that in your Discord. And I looked at it and thought to myself, that's something I might enjoy. So I went and grabbed the demo of that myself. But it does, in fact, look like something you would enjoy also. So I figured that's probably on your list. Ooh, yeah, go grab it. That's the one with the, it's kind of like a Stardew, but your sidekick is a robot kitty. And it just reminds me of the kitty from the Buzz Lightyear movie, because I'm a giant freaking child. It didn't before. They must have recently added it, because when I first saw it in your Discord, I added it to my wish list. And then I just happened to go click on the page yesterday, and suddenly there was a demo. I booted it up, that's all I had the chance to do. I didn't get a chance to play it at all. But the intro was cute. Still no fields. Drizzle geyser, though. We got a clearance geyser there. Are we out of reachable small glades? Yeah. We burned through our small glade glut, and now we have nothing. Oh, we need to get this finished. This walk is too far to turn in food. Here, furnace person, go finish this. Get that done. What do you mean we're out of stuff? You just said you had the bricks. Am I wrong? I could have sworn it said we had the bricks for that. Unless they picked them up for something else. Well, shoot. We're over here talking about horrible things. We need somebody to lighten the mood. Nothing better to lighten the mood than conversations about simulation games where you have a sidekick robot kitten. Is this thing almost done? 27 seconds. Blight post is done, but we don't need it until next year. So that's a plus. I guess I put you back to work in here until you're done with the bricks. Hit the bricks. Alright, let's see how far this goes. Reduces hostility by -10 and increases the ancient hearth resistance by 100. Oh, I didn't know it did that part. We'll just stick that down here. Give ourselves one aesthetic decoration. Alright, and then go back to getting some eggs, because we're not actually getting food. We're eating it faster than they can collect it. This is horrible. We have to do a glade next year. You guys eat so much. Go help collect eggs. Alright, if I grab more people, is it helpful? I'm thinking the answer is no. If we wanted to build a hearth, is this far enough away? Yeah, it is. But this definitely is not. I should be looking at how many small glades this opens up, and this opens up 4 small glades. I don't think we're going to find one that opens up more than that. That one down there opens up 3. That one opens up a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a good one too. We're not ready for it yet though. I don't know if I can get you here fast enough. I don't think that was a straight line. You know what? Make the straight line where the road's gonna go. Talk about kitties instead. Yes, exactly. I like the... It's not smog. What would you call this effect? The spiritual obelisk. You're collecting stones from here. Oh, you're not collecting anything from here. You're not even active. I don't have anybody to work there. 2 foxes, a fox and a beaver. I think we double down on foxes, perhaps. The Daydream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't just look at Steam. Good Old Games has... A lot of times it throws a free game out there every once in a while. Nothing new. That's not their thing. Their thing is obviously older titles. That's their bread and butter. But you can get free stuff out there. Don't accidentally open this clay. That would be a disaster. I also highly suggest, and I know this is not something that everyone wants to hear, but it should be, and I'll explain. Grabbing the Epic Games Store. They drop a free game every Thursday, at least one. And sometimes those are big titles. Boxes, are you... You're just unhappy because of the darkness. Okay, we need to do something to get them happy. We need planks. I needed to raise this. Probably needed to raise both of these, didn't I? Yeah, we need to get somebody back in there. Well, you're not working there. We'll put you to work here. Because we need to get some beaver houses down. Anyway, so the Epic Games Store does free games every Thursday. So either you enjoy Epic, you download their launch application and enjoy their games, buy stuff from them, be happy about it, and get the free stuff. Or you hate Epic and everything that they stand for, so you download their launcher and you take their free stuff, and they still have to pay the companies for your free download. So you force them to lose money and you get free games. Take that, Epic Games Store. Yeah, I've only played a few of the games on Epic. I don't have anything against them except that their store platform is not great. Yep, a lot of people don't like their business model, and I don't blame them. I've never been a fan of title exclusives. I've never been a fan of... Okay, I was about to say something that is not only a problem at Epic. Adding DRM to games without your knowledge, which Steam has done several times this year. I can't remember the title now. I'd have to go back and find the article. There was a game that they added a kernel access. Sorry, I just blanked on words. A kernel access DRM to a game that was already out. So people bought the game thinking that there was no DRM, and then they added it afterwards. and it auto-updated. So there was no choice in the matter. Oh, I didn't know they removed control over the titles. Oh, I'm gonna have to do a deeper dive. Metallurgic proficiency or Sahilda's secret cookbook. We already have a building that makes pie, so once we get pie, this is just free jerky. Which nobody wants. Well, that sucks. I guess we can sell it. Alright, how much money do we have left? We have 6 amber, not great. Alright, first thing we're going to do is take a look at our first 3 orders and see what we've got. Delivery, complete 3 trade routes, 5 packs of crops, 4 villagers, some money, and some stuff. Or turn in 5 tools, get some parts and some stuff. It's not great. I actually think we're going to go delivery here. I hate turning in tools like that. Although, if we can get a building that makes tools, we have a building that's making copper bars. So we shouldn't have an issue delivering tools. So let's take that. Okay. Gotcha. Let's take the tool option. Look, delivery is back. But exploration. Yeah, I can see that being a problem. We're definitely going to open 5 glades. That one will be quick. Workers assigned to glade events being able to carry more is fantastic. Nothing timed. We already have a harvester and a stone cutter, so this one's just a matter of getting bricks and turning it in. Alternatively, if we can get a little bit of money, we get parts and tools, and then we can just turn the tools in. This then gives us clay, which will let us build most of our bricks back. It's not like we're going to tear these down. Let's take Trading Post just because the reward is a little better. An extra 2 parts can make a difference. Do more? Let's do 2 more. Have at least 4 buildings with rain engines installed. That's pretty easy. Fulfill your villagers' need for clothing 35 times. A lot of times we can just buy clothing. We can just buy 35. It's not 35 at the same time. It's not 35 in a row. It's not have 35 for 2 minutes. It's just do it 35 times. So if we buy 35 clothes, this is just done. And then we get a 50% increase in fabric production, which is just grand. And these rewards aren't great. We may not even want to hook up 4 buildings. We've already done it 28 times. I didn't think it was going to be retroactive, but it is. Look at that. We only need 7 more clothing. Have at least 12 foxes with 18 resolve. Meep meep, my cat says. Get a druid's hut and some parts, or 3 trade routes worth 7 amber, get a supplier, which gives us access to flour. We don't have a flour building, and if we get this, that's pie access. So I think trade routes are going to be the way to go. Do we just open the rest of them? Or should we wait till next year? We only have enough money to get into one glade, so if it ends up being something timed, we might have an issue. So we'll hold off for now. Alright, we're in year 3. We've got a kitten that wants to stand in front of my monitor. Hi. Do you want to come lay down so I can play video games? Oof. Okay. You just want pets. Got it. Okay. Alright, I'm playing with one hand for a while. Because I'm petting a kitten, don't relax, chat. Don't take that the wrong way. We can sell some resin if we really need money for whatever's in this glade. But let's get this glade open. All right, hold on. I gotta press shift, kitten. Naturally, they're about to do a delivery. Let's bring you over to help just in case. Whoever gets there first. And we'll grab 2 more foxes. Just because I like foxes more than beavers. We're not ready for specialty housing. The only reason we're not ready for specialty housing is because I don't know what we're going to need in here yet. We can get this upgraded to 2. Increased global production speed. Just need to put down a park. And 4 lamps. We're gonna make the most of our space. All right. Somebody cut down that tree. There you go. What are we looking at? It's not great. No farm. There's some food in here, but we don't really have anything to open it with. This is a toughie. So our option is tear it down and get some stuff. Or perform the ritual, sacrifice a random villager, and then we're gonna lose hostility. I say lose. It's a positive net overall. Hostility will decrease for everyone that dies. I think it's 15. It might only be 10. At minimum, this is going to lower our hostility by 10. This we don't even have the stuff for. So it looks like we're doing this one. I could just have 1 fox do it. I mean, we're about to lose somebody. I might need to fill a position. Do 2. We're going to take out some woodcutters here. Who'd you kill? Killed one of my foxes. Of course you did. Alright, I'm pulling the humans from the woodcutters. That is now a beaver-centric position, as if it wasn't already. We need to start getting... What? What do we need to start getting? We have options that would be nice, but nothing is red flag worthy. Five to 1? Wait a second. Isn't that what our coal trade-off is? Yeah, what's our time? 3 to 1, okay. What? Wait a second. Yeah, that's a good trade-off. Okay, 5 to 1 is good. This 5 to 1 is not good. We may as well just be using wood, since we're making coal ourselves. What demo is that? Now I've only left myself one builder. And we don't get more people for a while. I wanted to get people in a couple of places, but it's just not going to happen right now. Alright, this will speed them up. They'll get more food this year since their drop-off point is closer. I have just been burning through demos this year. Oh, okay. Build the shelter, please. I'm less worried about the roads compared to everything else. You're not going to have enough of that in time, I don't think. You guys just started the clock, so you're good. So I can pull one of you. Plenty of time. That gets me a second builder, or what? We're not ready to start packing food. Maybe we just let them build? We're relying too much on this trapper's camp. We need another. We need more money. We're kind of broke. By kinda, I mean we're broke. Alright, I'm gonna have to check that out. That sounds interesting. Let's get our points from our boxes while we have the chance. Start collecting stone. These are small. These are big stone. Alright, we're not going to have to worry about that. Stone won't be a problem. Which is good. We can get this open. That would be helpful. And it counts as a Glade event. If we can get some food going, I would like to turn these in. Send them to the Citadel, because those also count as Glade events. This counts as a Glade event. I don't know when we're ever getting this done. White Rot, how are you doing? 3? 3's not great. Three's not great at all. How long until this goes up? I need one more of these. Oh, right. I don't need that one. The obelisk counts. Oh, we're short a person because someone died. I forgot. Forgot about the death. Food not keeping up. They're just about to start gathering it, though. So that's not too bad. Hostility is good for the moment. We're going to want more people. I'm going to need to get this building loaded up. Hi, kitten. What do you need? Just attention? Yeah. Yeah, you just needed some attention. You're fine. She's been sleeping most of the day. So I think she's about ready to play again. Naturally. She likes to wait until it's game time. What to do next? Nothing? We have plenty of time? We need to worry about food most of all? Hello? Hi. You trying to get to my face? Don't make me turn the camera on. I'll do it. I'll monetize the kitten. Are you gonna be good? I think she's gonna be good. Alright. Well, if she's gonna be good, move some papers out of my workspace. I get everything? Okay. Alright, let's pause you for just a second. Are you gonna lay just off camera? Do I need to lower the camera? Come on, camera. Click in the spot there. Really? Alright, there she is. She's just a tiny kitten that requires a lot of pets. But I figure if she's gonna hang out, we'll leave the camera on. And if she decides to be a little monster, we'll catch it on camera. And then people will have to believe me because there will be video evidence of her attacking my face because she's not getting enough attention. We have a ton of wood. And nothing to do with it. I think we just need more people making planks. It's gonna bury your face in my shirt. Food only got up to 60. Somebody's got to collect evidence on her. She won't even face the camera. She hates the spotlight. Alright, she's finding a spot where she can't be seen now, naturally. Alright, what are we gonna do here? We're positive on food as long as they're collecting eggs. As soon as I have them stop collecting eggs, I think we'll have an issue. We can start getting bricks. Oh, it's 20. Hostility reduced by 20 for every villager that leaves or dies. I didn't realize it counted if they left. I thought it was only if they died. I'll just stick that right next to our hearth. It's not a changeling. Aww. So, spoilers for Captain Marvel if you haven't seen it, and it's been many, many years. The cat that's not a cat and the... Why is my brain failing me today? The alien race immediately recognizes it as a monster. I don't remember what they called it either, but it was immediately recognized. Like, oh, that's not a cat. But they kind of say it in a way that it doesn't rule out all cats as being those things. Like, maybe the reason they recognize it is because all cats are really that type of monster. Oh, you're gonna lay away from the camera now? Yeah, I kind of want to go back and see that again. And that's one of those movies I only watched once, and I feel like I should watch it again. It deserves a rewatch. I only had one issue with that movie, and it was so minor and nitpicky that I don't even want to say it. It was a good movie. How are we doing on food? We're getting berries. What do I need for this? Eggs? If I tell you guys to stop eating eggs, are we good? And then we can get money from these ones by using eggs. It's 12, that one's 24 and is only 15. Okay. Well, that's the reason that I wondered, because they knew what it was as soon as they saw it, which makes me think that that's what they all are. I don't know. I'm sure I'm reading into nonsense. Looking for meaning where there is none. Look at all of that copper. Royal Guard training. The Crown sends 2 Royal Guards to your village. Instead of simply brawling, villagers will now train under them. Fulfilling the need for brawling grants an additional +5 to resolve, but attacking a traitor will result in getting 2 extra impatience points. I don't know that we get brawling, and that only helps with foxes. I kind of wish this had some other benefit. Yes, +5 is a huge benefit, but it requires us to have brawling, which is pretty specific. Urban planning, all houses have room for one more person for every 10 completed trade routes. We really get trade routes picked up. This becomes a monster benefit. Sure, why not? All right, let's take a look at our orders next, and then we're going to pick up a bunch of people. Yeah, we're broke. We would have to basically sell our souls to make this work. What are you doing, cat? Forest Fascination. Cut through 6 glades and turn in 10 tools to get a +3 global resolve. Can we do this? Can we get 10 tools? We'd have to have 10 money. And that only gets us 6. Then we would need to pick up 4 more tools, which she does not sell. Supervise the landlord. Freaking zoomies. This one had the zoomies so bad last night I thought she was gonna hurt herself. We can get 10 money. I just don't know where we pick up the last 4. We can't rely on the other orders to get us any. Yep. I don't think we can do this. Something incredible would have to happen. Use clearance water and rain engines is unlikely. So I think we have to take the human villagers. "10 minutes isn't enough time." 10 minutes and 30 seconds. The year is 12 minutes long. We don't get another trader. All right, we're going to take human villagers. It's super unfortunate because we could absolutely cut through to the 6 glades. We'd be relying on one of these orders doing something amazing for us. Get a guild house and turn in 50 wine, or somehow get luxury goods and be able to pack those luxury goods in one of the buildings that we don't currently have access to. Liquid luck. If we manage to pull off wine, every 70 gives beavers a +1. It's a pretty big bonus to resolve. Guild house is a super specific building, though. Are you falling? Do you need help? Do you need me to cross my legs so that you can sit up higher? I'm gonna be leaning forward. It's bad for my back. I'm gonna look like a gamer with a hunch. All right, you monster. There you go. Yeah, princess, that's not how you sit. Sell goods worth 45 ambers to a trader or a trade route. Use 130 units of any rainwater and rain engines. That's more likely. Get a forum. I like trade industry better here. All right, we're not timed on anything. If we manage to get the coats, they'll easily be fulfilled for a minute. So let's get more people. See what we can do about getting into more glades. We need 10 humans. I actually think we take the less humans for now. The rewards are just a little bit better on this side. We won't use the 6 coats, they'll just go to waste. Because it's not 7. Can still get our point from foxes. We're broke, which means we need to get more food. May have to prioritize. I have too many video games to play. Woe is me. It's such a good problem to have, right? All right, let's get our 2 fox houses and our 2 beaver houses in. And we can find a good spot for them. We're gonna be a little short on planks, but I think they'll clean that up real quick. And it's still a little soon for this one. Still no farm. That's getting a little painful. We're gonna have to wait until next year to do another glade. These don't really give us food. Crane does not immediately lead to anything. Could pick up a little bit of roots up there if things go really sideways. I can also pick up a little bit of roots down here if things go really sideways. We're short on parts. If we got some money, we could turn in parts. All right, let's see how we do getting through this year. So one of the scary things about the demos and early release products, I want to play them now. I'm currently playing one of them. This is an early access game. They say that they're at, what, early release 0.5 or 0.6? So they still have a ways to go and things will change. But I look at this and go, hey, this is basically a finished product. But there's plenty of games out there that are not clearly finished products. And I play demos of them, and it actually kind of is a turnoff for the game, because their early access and demos are worse than what their game would be. Alternatively, you go through a major rebound. For example, No Man's Sky. That game received so much hate early on, and they completely redid the game. Did we have a second building with pie? Furnace. This one's 3-star. The furnace is only 2-star. Do we turn off the 2-star pie? 6 and 4 into 10? 6 and 3 into 10? I think perhaps we leave them both running. I turn the camera on. She's just gonna sit here and clean herself the whole time now. Get a little bit more sea marrow, close this one off. Grab the parts, free wine. 40 wine and ale, and I believe one of our other objectives was wine and ale turn in. I should have paid more attention to that. Or hopefully we get a guild house. I enjoyed Outer Worlds. It is... how to say... not quite as good as Fallout New Vegas. But that's a great comparison point. I believe Outer Worlds is releasing a graphical update. And I believe it is just graphical. Like major graphical update. In the same vein that Skyrim did their big change. Post-apocalyptic horror, yes. Yes, precisely. It's meant to be more dark humor than horror. But it does come across that way. How many eggs do we have left? 15. It's not ideal. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to turn around and get these roots going. I hoped it wouldn't come to that, but our food situation is looking dire. I'm not making it better. We have not yet found another farm. This will get us some money, so we'll do another glade next year. Hopefully we can sell some of this wood. This is a little ridiculous. I wonder what Fallout would look like if you took away the horror element. What would it become? Can't fit this in here. You can clear out more space. Need to get those two if we're going to put it there. Assault a child that approached him for help. I mean, you don't have to assault the child. I think that's part of it. Just don't assault the child. Honestly, I don't think the thought crossed my mind. Just be nice. Be the good guy. Alright, we need to get a couple more parts. Or tear down something else that uses parts, which we can do as soon as this trapper's camp is done. So as soon as this runs out of charges, we pull him and start using it on this. So that makes sense, I guess. Did you get the money from that yet? You're doing it now? Okay. If I turn this off, we're not good yet. They're gonna go down to 0 when we hit the storm, so we're gonna have to pull a woodcutter when the time comes. Yeah, food isn't keeping up yet. We have to find another farm. That's very true. I completely understand that. I also don't need the option to kick the child. Oh, there we go. That got them the small boost they needed. I also don't need to kick the puppy. None of these things... You can give me the option. I'm definitely not going to use them. And if somebody does those things, I'm probably not going to watch that stream anymore. Like, why are you doing that? For comedy's sake, I could see doing something one time. Like when I accidentally put the Kurok on a sled and it went down a hill really fast into a monster camp and I just abandoned him. Poor little Kurok. One builder. I don't need a builder, right? We got a couple of roads, but those don't matter. We don't have enough food to get this started quite yet. I would use half of our food stockpiles. Have you help finish this up? So we can shut it down? We really need to start doing trade routes, but we're not there on food. Thank you for the hydrate. Everybody remember to drink water. Or equivalent. I will accept tea, but not coffee. Coffee is a diuretic. That does not count as drinking water. Stay hydrated. You don't want to get dehydrated. Dehydration is a major problem. It can cause a lot of issues beyond just I'm thirsty. It can trigger migraines. It can make you think you're hungry when you're not hungry. which can cause you to overeat. We should clear this. We should absolutely clear that. That's much better than putting you there. We're not going to use this sea marrow for anything else. At least not anytime soon. And that's a good reminder that we need our archaeologist's office. Cap on that at 30, which I've forgotten about. Lack of water and lack of sleep. Those are the two big winners for me as well. It's usually lack of sleep. I'm pretty good about remembering to drink water. I don't really drink anything else. So while I'm at work, I just have water. Yeah, why do you lay like that? Back pause. Are you passed out? I think she passed out. Alright, start clearing the way towards those small glades. Do we do another dangerous glade this year? Maybe we do another dangerous glade. We'll see what our trader has first before we make a final decision. I'm going to turn this up to 1.5. One charge left. Did you just do a delivery with one charge left? No. Okay. He went on break. 16, 21, 22. We're going to be just short of the 24 we need for that camp. I don't know how to help with lack of sleep. I can help you with reminders to drink water, but lack of sleep is not something I know how to fix. I have problems with that one myself. Alright, tear that down. Now you can go build those two. Food is not keeping up. We'll easily eat through 24. Pause during a lightning strike. It's the worst. Alright, sometimes we can't even finish these. I'm terrible about the last one. Cut through the forest to discover 2 forbidden glades. For a +3 global resolve and 100% to the amount of goods produced by woodcutters, which are already doubled. I do believe that will double the doubler. So this will increase us from 2 to 4 because the other bonus is a base bonus of +1 and not a percentage bonus. So it would be multiplicative instead of additive, which is a huge step. However, we're not cutting through to 2 forbidden glades. That, we call that a throw. This is called throwing the run. We'll do some big trades though. We'll do high value trades. Spices. Herbs and roots production is increased by +1 for every 75 biscuits produced. Not a big fan. We don't have anything that makes me think this is going to work out in our favor. Flame amulets is nice as an alternative. That buys us a little bit more hostility. What do you sell? A little bit of everything that we need? but we're broke. And you don't buy wood. And you don't sell clothing. Two and two or 1 and 4 more foxes. This comes with food and a very positive light. Let's do a dangerous glade. Is there anything stopping me from just getting into these small glades? There's not. I'm the only thing holding us back from getting in there. All right, we're gonna take that. That gives us enough eggs to turn this one in. Let's not use the fox on this. In fact, let's pull the fox out of here and put someone else in. Everything else is running at pretty decent speeds. So we'll hold. Make sure all of our roads are at -1. They're not. -1, please. Like to get the archaeology building done. That'll help us even more with hostility. No fields. A brewery. Ale, pickled goods, and packs of crops. We're gonna have meat in a minute, I think. This had meat? Yes, that has 50 meat. You guys are now forbidden from eating meat as well. Leaking cauldron. If only rainbunk cauldrons didn't go haywire so often, they could be used to revolutionize agriculture. Spawns 10 to 14 fields of fertile soil nearby. We don't have any containers. We can't contain the leak. That would have dropped a field for us too. That's super unfortunate. Do we have enough sea marrow for this? They're using 10, which will leave us 15, so we're still good. I need them to complete this. A toxic substance of unknown origin destroys all planted crops and farm fields, and a -8 to global resolve. So we have to get that taken care of. We can't wait around to see if we can get the tools and barrels. And we're not going to buy them, so we only have 4 money left. That's why we're not just breaking into a bunch of glades. We're broke. We need a little bit more money first. Alright, that left me with 1 builder. Let's go get this done first. Then we need to take a look at specialty housing again. I don't have any more crystallized dew. But we can do 2 more beaver houses. Well, everything that we can handle is being handled. Other than that, we're kind of in wait mode here. I'm occasionally forgetting that we're doing Prestige 20, and I should probably be focusing a little bit more. But it seems like we're doing fine. We just got our point from foxes. Threshold went up to 20. Let's just turn that off. Trappers camp, foragers camp. This is cruel. This only applies to eggs. This applies to grain and roots. We could pull grain, which isn't really helpful. It could be helpful. We could use that to get pie. Once we have pie going, all of our food problems are essentially solved. Kitten, what are you doing? You're being weird. Don't scare the viewers. Or we could wait for a reroll. I think we go Foragers Camp. Because once we do our 3 trade routes, we're going to get a supplier for flour. So once we have grain and flour going, maybe we can do with the 1 field in the forager? And that just upgrades this forager. So maybe I move this over here and start working on these? No, it doesn't matter if they're big ones or small ones. Yeah, we'll just have them start pulling grain. Oh no, we don't actually have the supplier yet. That's why it mattered. All right, can we get rid of you with roots? No, we were going to use meat for that. Finish building this. Cat fur on my face. Don't pet your cat and then touch your face. Didn't realize they burned the cauldron down. I've got you set up to build a couple things. We're gonna leave him out and hope that our food stabilizes on its own. It's not gonna stabilize on its own. I need to get him in there. Or we need other people to finish things. No, nobody's finishing anything for a while. Alright, get that done. We'll worry about the houses later. As long as we can maintain hostility too, we're fine. So we had the whole day off today. We didn't have any plans, which is a big change from most days. So I slept in. Slept in quotation marks to the ability that I can sleep in. And then we went out for a picnic. So we went out to the park, grabbed a cheap bottle of wine and some crackers and a block of cheese and a blanket. Went out and sat under a tree in the park. You're not supposed to drink at the park, but as long as we're not out there being rowdy and drunk, I don't think anybody really minds. And it was nice. It was like the perfect day when we went. So when we went at noon, it was about 70 degrees. Now it's 85 degrees and it's 10:30 at night, which is insane. It's far too hot tonight. Uh, I don't remember how to do Fahrenheit to Celsius in my head. Foxes are starving. All right. Eat whatever we've got available then. I don't need to deal with starving right now. So we went out to the park. That was a good time. However, a bird did land right above our heads. And the first thing that crossed my mind was, that's not good. I don't want a bird directly over me. About 30 degrees Celsius, thank you. And as soon as I yelled at the bird, it decided it was going to poop on us. So that's super unfortunate. Luckily, it just got on my sock and didn't splatter. That could have been a horrible, horrible disaster, but it was not. Yeah, yeah. Then it flew away. I literally scared the poop out of it. All right, if I opt for the short range scanner, it is just going to show us this. So that is out of the question. Working time speed is increased by 10% for every 2 ancient tablets, or all workers can carry more. I don't think we're worried about carrying capacity. You're used to a European climate. It's it's 2.8 and then 32. Is that how that works? I forget. I'm bad at remembering how the change works. I've been to Ireland before, and it was absolute perfect weather the whole time. Just put on a jacket. And be absolutely fine. We should do this with money. Eventually, we're going to have the money to do that. Is this going to get done soon? That'll get done soon. That's actually going to give us 10 pipes. Maybe I change my mind and we do this with pipes. It's only 6. And we do this with planks, because we're going to get plenty more planks. Let's get this upgrade. And then we wait for these things to finish. Degrees. All right, so 40 times 2.8 plus 32. Maybe I'm doing my math wrong. I know boiling is 100. What is our boiling? What is the multiplier? Why can't I think straight? So, yeah, okay. Yeah, 104. Yeah, that sucks. That's too much. I should have humans doing this for the possible multiplier. Alright, let's get food under control. Yeah, it doesn't get to 122 here. So we don't get to 50 Celsius where I live. We get to about 45 at worst. And we've had a few cold years recently where it's gotten down to about -30. We don't get to -40 here. Not where I live. Oh yeah, the humidity. The humidity is a big game changer. One of the hottest states is Arizona, where it gets to about... Was there nothing in this glade? There's essentially nothing in this glade. That's amazing. What a phenomenal waste. In Arizona, it can get to the 45 Celsius range, but there is almost no humidity. So it's tolerable. You have no idea that you're getting sunburnt to all hell, but it's tolerable. Alright, that's done, and they're just carrying stuff back. So I can pull a person. We're still not ready for food yet. This is problematic. Which means we're not doing this yet. We're not doing our trade routes yet. I may need to just start packing some berries. Yeah, there's a minor difference between being in a freezer and actually just having that be the temperature outside. Freezer is the word I would use. We're down to hostility 1, so our people are going to be fine. I should get a road extended out here, but I don't know when they would ever finish it. There. There's a road if people get bored and have nothing else to work on. Alright, I'm gonna lean back a little bit. I don't mind the cold weather that much. I've grown up with the varying temperatures. There's a field. We opened a glade during the storm, which is going to cause creeping shadows to give us a -10 for 3 minutes, which is the rest of this storm. Let's see if that goes away if we burn wood. Are you awake? No, you're right back asleep again. You're open your eyes at me because I'm talking at you. Nope, it doesn't just go away. All right, we have a problem scenario. What do we do to avoid losing a single fox? Hostility is at 0. There's nothing we can do there. We could put them in a building that they're happy, which would require something rain related. I don't know how quickly we managed to get a rain collector down. Since we don't have any planks at the moment. But I don't know if it's gonna be fast enough. Sure it will, because we can favor him when we get the chance. Pull a few woodcutters to make this faster. Not really anything else we can do. This doesn't give us 2 points. Oh, it doesn't give us any points. We're already at max here. Yeah, because we can't get water in anything quite quickly enough. Yeah, we can rush planks. And we can juggle favoring when they actually get down to 0 and hope that we don't lose a beaver. We're not exactly worried about running out of wood. Although I could pull one more woodcutter. Two more woodcutters to turn this down by 1? Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We'll make it work. We'll let them go till basically the last possible second here. Bringing more people isn't going to have a positive effect. It would only be a negative effect, so let's not do that. Maybe that buys us enough time. Well, now we have people available. We need to get this thing cleared out. Hey, we can do some trading. We have a lot of trade partners. What did we need? We needed them to be worth 7. We needed them to be worth 7. None of these are getting up to 7. We don't really want to trade rocks. Copper bars, this isn't a great trade value. Nope, those are all bad trades. Get a plantation here. Get a warehouse over here. And then somewhere right about there, we put down a hearth. Seems good. Beavers, how are you doing? We're gonna be so close. I'm not even sure this is gonna make enough of a difference. Foxes might still be unhappy, but I'm not sure. Oh no. I didn't turn those off. Did we need packs of crops? No, we didn't take that. Okay, yep, those were wasted. My fault. Alright, that got him to... What if we pull all the woodcutters? That's still not enough. Yeah, burn the wood, it's fine. No last minute changes there. I'm not in a hurry to turn these in. Kinda need the amber. So we can open more glades. Oh, I remember. We wanted to do a bunch of trade routes because of urban planning. Every 10 completed trade routes, all houses have room for 1 more person. So we want to do a bunch of small trade routes. Alright, we wasted a little bit of time on that, but not an amount that I think will matter. And we'll grab some more people momentarily? Or do we need to? Is our food going to be stabilized? Worst case scenario, we set up water in the brick oven. Once we get our supplier. Which we're also not quite ready for, but we're getting close. Trader out value of 1. Okay, yeah, I think our food is going to be stabilized now. We used the meat. Is that fine? Did we... We didn't deal with this one. Do we have 3 meat sitting around? No. Put that stuff back. No, we unfortunately used a little bit too much of the meat. Do we try and pull meat from somewhere else? Or do we just not worry about it? Or maybe they're just not done delivering it. Oh, they're not done delivering it yet. Alright, everyone stop eating the meat so that we can get this one cleared out. Mushroom seedling. All farms can plant mushrooms. Deserted caravan. Global production is 33% faster, but traders take 50% more time to arrive at this settlement. They changed that. This used to get rid of trading entirely. That's a massive change. Okay. The reason to do mushroom seedlings is that we could then get flour by using mushrooms instead of grain. So we'd just be field dependent. But we've already invested in an upgraded foragers camp, which is going to give us a lot of flour. That's 150 right there. And there's more. And there will likely continue to be more. Several hundred. We won't see as many traders, but it doesn't break down our ability to do trading via trade routes. 33% faster production is massive. I think this just became much better. Let's give deserted caravans a shot here. Yeah. Yeah, I like this one. There's a lot of ways where mushroom seedlings becomes massively positive, but I think we're good with berries on our alternative. Nothing here majorly worthwhile. At least not that we are worried about, unless we wanted to sell a bunch of wood. I don't think we do, though. That's fine. Alright, you guys are all just bringing stuff back. I think we bring in more people now. We need 2 more humans. This gives us 1 more of each of these. I think we go with the smaller batch. We don't need a lot more people. We just need a few more. All right, you can stop burning wood now. Or I forget about it and we burn all of it. That is a thing that I have done before.
So how?
We can get this going with meat, then we can start eating meat again. This counts as a Glade event. Let's grab this brewery. Everything else is being done. Everyone has a house. We don't have any packs of provisions for trading quite yet. Okay. Everything seems fine. There's nobody in here, but we've got it to 30. This is one of the years we have to worry about. I need you to cut down those trees. What else? Leaves me 2 builders. That should probably be builders. I need at least one of them to be builders. Probably makes sense to have one more woodcutter here. No, it makes more sense to get the building done there first. What's my incentive to go into small glades right now? Is the answer nothing? Is the answer we're sitting on everything that we need? I need one more pack of provisions to do that. Which I think he's turning in right now. Perfect. That gets us a 10-pointer. You're out of berries. Alright. Go be free. We won't be able to trade for a moment, but that's fine. Oh, sleepy kitten. Forager. I'm gonna put you on these for now. Right? What are the odds you pull food? Oh, there are no odds of pulling food. I would need to put you way up here for one small spot of roots. That's bad. We were reliant on roots to be a food source. This doesn't get done quickly enough for us to get food this year. Which means we're going to need to work these eggs. Which we don't have the parts for. But we are going to make the parts for, because we don't have a choice. Where else do you have eggs? Way over here, but this isn't ready. Well, that's not... That's going to be ready before this is, so we're still incentivized to do eggs over here. We could turn this in for the parts. And it gets us a building. Alright, let's do that. That lets us turn in this one if we want. Which does not give us a building. Guild House. We needed Guild House. This would have given us access to flour and scrolls. We have access to flour. We don't have access to scrolls, but we need Guild House for one of our jobs. So that works out. Traders will arrive 50% quicker. That would put them back on their normal track. And then our beavers and foxes can enjoy wine. We don't have any wine for them to enjoy currently. But we have the building, so eventually we could get liquid luck put down. Oh, you guys don't need to be collecting water. We're not doing anything with water right now. Alright, any trade routes we can get to a high number? No. But we've got 2 we can do for low numbers, so let's do it. We're still incentivized to do trade routes even at low amounts. Alright, I need 1 more beaver free. Alright, all of our woodcutters are active. No incentive to hurry up the plantation. Definitely incentive to hurry up the small trappers camp. What's all this doing? You're almost done. You'll be done in a minute. You'll be done in about a minute. We're low on food. Keep doing the small trades. Get a mine down? We don't have the stuff for it. We don't actually have these parts yet. But that's fine. We're making money now. This is done? Would they actually get anything planted this year? Not really. Not a worthwhile amount. You're going. We don't need to be carrying meat anymore. So I think we turn off consumption control and just let them go crazy. Should we put some human houses down? They're not a big deal because they're already happy, but we have minor incentive to do so. Eventually we'll get them some kind of bonus. We'll eventually have pie. That's 25. No, because biscuits aren't actually getting us there. We'll wait on human houses. Generally, humans don't need any help. They kind of sit in a safe zone until you get to very high hostility levels. Alright, our buildings are good. Let's get some people working. This will be ready to go in a minute. Okay, I only had 2 people left. Everybody is working. Everybody is working for the weekend. We have a bunch of money. Let's get into these small glades. Blight is problematic. Not really. It's not problematic. We just need to remember to put 2 people in the blight post. Alright. How are we doing on trade routes? 6 out of 10. That'll give us 7. A few more and then we'll have enough to fill up foxes. And we should never have to worry about beavers again, as far as specialty housing goes. Am I forgetting anything? Should we be working on any of these? Lucrative trade routes, can't really do anything about that. Burning rainwater, we'll do that soon. I need to do these trade routes first and get this supplier down. and get a few more coats. I know I say this every time, but I really like the music in this game. It's so good. Alright guys, one more tree. We didn't need that row. Oh, a merchant. Interesting. Increases tank capacity. An alchemist hut. A distillery. Wine and porridge. Oh, porridge. Herb garden. We could have run this entire map with one herb garden if we'd taken spices. But we did not take spices. Porridge, you say? We should be able to make plenty of grain. That this is worthwhile. This gives us access to barrels, which we could turn into wine. Making a bunch of wine and getting the guild house running means we get more beaver resolve. We can put humans in here or foxes in here to make them happy. This is a very stackable building. We are going to take the distillery. We're going to spend our money on this. That was a good find. Good find. Alright, come back over here and just cut some trees down. I can't move this. Okay, that's a building that doesn't move. We'll be incentivized to get our guild house down, which is going to be frustrating because that's a lot of planks. I'm going to need you guys working overtime. Sitting on 18 pipes. I think I forgot that you guys were running pipes. Six, 12. And 8's 20. I think we keep letting them make pipes anyway. The mine is done. I didn't think they had the mine done already. Yeah, we're just gonna need more people. Plantation is on a holding pattern at the moment. We don't need to double up the harvester. Or do we? No. No, harvester's fine. We got 2 in the forager. That's one we were worried about. Plantation is about to start bringing some food in. I think the brick oven's about to become a thing. So maybe we get the drizzle water going. It's another thing that's going to use planks. Alright, get it down. Lower the priority on that. Everything else matters more. Leaves me 3 builders. Furnace is our brick maker. Yeah, again, everything else is just fine. Beavers are happy in the mine. So we don't have to feel bad about forcing them in here. Leaves us 2 builders. And nothing else super important going on until we've got food stabilized. Should we upgrade this? I know we're ruining plank production again by doing so, but mine carts would make a very big difference because this is so far from a warehouse. Or do we just put a warehouse down? We could turn one of these in for the parts and then just place one here, and then the minecart is useless. Yeah, do that. That seems better. Or we turn both of these in and get another building. And a bunch of building materials. It's not like our hostility is going to go up. Weaver Brickyard. Okay. We have 2 star bricks. This would just bring it to 3. I don't think crystallized dew or pottery are going to matter. What do we make pottery out of? A thing we don't have? We don't really have access to clay. This is not a clay map. This gives us much better fabric production. Access to training gear. Trade goods is essentially useless to us. But the fabric would be nice. Did you wake yourself up, kitten? Or are you good? She's fine. Alright, give me 50 of those. Give me 50 fabric. Turn all of your options on. 3 builders? Somebody finished something. Still not feeling good about our food situation to get this done. Although maybe I should. Am I hounding him? I feel like I'm hounding him. Or we were more worried about the trades. If I pull food from here, I'm afraid that we're gonna eat too much and not make it through the next year. Our last one did that. When she was a kitten, you could hold her belly up. Of course, this one's not even a year old. So she's still a baby. Maybe she grows out of the belly up. I can't tell if she's enjoying the pets or if I'm annoying her. Alright, let's get round 1 of this completed. With the weaver going, we're going to be golden on fabric. Alright. We need to get some trades going that are worth more than 7. I don't have 4 packs yet. My forager is pulling in grain, which means we really need to start looking at getting... Well, this could make porridge. Maybe that's the ideal solution. Get this building done. So we have water coming in. And get porridge going. What kind of water do you use? Ooh. Yeah, I'm assuming as this one grows up, she's not going to want to be on her back anymore. I'm sorry, am I bothering you? Or do you like the pets? You can't decide? Okay. Alright, I'll let you go to sleep then. Do we want to automate this? I think we can get all 3 levels double automaton. And just have 2 hearths. I don't think we need to worry about a 3rd hearth in this one. Hostility is not our biggest issue. Realistically, the way we're going, we're going to get a couple more points from foxes. And we'll start doing... We need to get about 4 points from glades. Yeah, let's automaton this. None of them are good at it, it just makes them happy. Barrels would be the go-to. You are just gonna burn through these for barrels. Cap 50, cap 100? Is 100 a lot? I feel like 100 is a lot. Focus porridge. Porridge, then wine, then barrels. Yay. I don't need humans to be happy. It doesn't actually increase fox happiness any. Use grain. And use drizzle water, because that's the water we're actually going to have. Use copper bars and planks. Use berries. Don't use reeds. I think we might need reeds. Okay, I need you to do a delivery. I need you to do a delivery before the season ends so that we can turn in pottery. Do not go on break. Thank you. Usually saying that is a curse. Or should I do bars? I could do bars instead. It's the same amount of packs of provisions. I'd rather keep the pottery. The pottery we can turn into wine. That was probably silly. I didn't look at the actual costs. Yeah, we could have turned 2 copper into 10 barrels. So we should have sold the pottery instead. It was a bad call. It was a rash decision, and that's okay. Sometimes we make rash decisions. We need a few more people. We're gonna want to get this going. Oh, we're in a bad way for food. Let's get you piped up. And max it out. Are we going to produce fast enough that they can feed our town? Parts. Oof. Oh, I only have 3. It's only worth 6. This I could get to 9 and actually do. We're getting through this one just fine. Okay. Alright, where are our concerns? We don't have any. Water? Blight. Blight is a concern. I may have wasted a few precious seconds on that one. Let's cut 2 more woodcutters. That gets rid of our leakage and buys us a little bit more time. I think they're fine. They were probably going to have it covered anyway. But we don't want to chance it with this bar. Kitten, you're a weirdo. I know. Alright, porridge is in. You are doing a delivery. That open us up for any more? These are all the trade routes we're worried about. What were the high cost ones? 17. Alright, that one's a bit more problematic. We can trade parts. We don't really want to trade parts. Maybe we're not worried about parts anymore. Theoretically, we don't have to worry about it. We have a lot of buildings we could tear down if parts became an issue. Alright, you guys seem to have this handled. can absolutely put my woodcutters back in then. Leave one in there. Get a building with fabric going. Do I need a builder? Not really. Except for this hearth that I forgot to put down. There, I need one builder. So we need super expensive trade routes or super cheap trade routes. Bring in more people? 9 coats is a very unfortunate number because we need to have 10. Also, that brings in a lot of beavers, but that's fine. I think that's fine. It'll be fine in 6 minutes. For now, we're gonna have a small housing issue, but that doesn't really matter. All right, fill the houses, fill the workspaces. All right, you guys are gonna get a ton of copper ore. Blight post is fine. Weaver is fine. Flour is not going yet, so you guys are just making coal for the sake of making coal. You're making copper bars. You're making them plenty quick. And then bricks, you're gonna be fine, and we're not ready for that yet. How do I remember? My monitor is pretty big, so that helps. Having a kitten in my lap also helps because it makes me not want to lean over her, because when I do this, I'm mushing her face. Oh, we can turn this in. That's a good one to turn in. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I definitely woke her up that time. I'm sorry, kitten. Go back to sleep. Yeah, I have a posture thing. I really do. It's a thing I've always been concerned about being a problem. It was browbeaten into me when I was a kid because I did that. I hunched forward to watch TV. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did it again. I know, I'll stop. I'm gonna stop. I am. I'm gonna stop now. You can go back to sleep. And that right there. All right, let's take Smithy because it gives us tools and coats. Although this would give us better pipes. I think we're golden on pipes now. Hey, it's there if I need it. If you ever do see me hunching over, let me know. Alright, let's do these small trades. I want to do as many as we can. Oh, this gets us our supplier. Let's turn this in. We're just turning in everything. I hate turning everything in this early. Big monitor makes a big difference. All right, they've overdone it on the porridge. We're turning off eating of raw foods. You're all just getting porridge now. Wow. These guys are crushing it. We're gonna run out of grain. They're going so fast. I don't think we end up being able to use pie. Gaming chair and a footrest? Yeah. This is just a cheap chair that I got at, I think it was Circuit City. It was one of their going out of business sales. Hypocrisy 101. Ooh. This is our last run. I'm building a Forsaken Altar. This is our last Prestige 20. We're using this. I bought this chair because it's for, this is a terrible way to word this. This is a fat person chair. This thing is just a mammoth. And the reason I bought it is because I sit with my legs crossed, like a small child. This is one of the, I don't know what they call it. It's an XXL chair. I'm not a very big person. But my wife laughs at me because I sit cross-legged. Driving water. Woodcutting speed will increase by 10% for every 150 units of rainwater used in rain engines. That's a good one. It's pretty unnecessary. But that doesn't mean it's not good. Kogan.com wanted to make sure I wasn't a robot. I don't need the massage, but it doesn't come without it. Damn. That's a nice chair for $100. It's a full mold? Damn. Okay. Yeah, this is... This is... Wow. Good call on a chair. Did we get more people? We did get more people. They're all working. Well, that's not good. We need to get people in here. I need to find 2 humans. A 1. Which other one do I want to pull? The Harvester? How are you doing? All right, I'm going to pull the Harvester. Hope that doesn't come back to bite us until later. That might fix our food issue. Now we just have a ton of buildings that need to get done. We don't need all these woodcutters. Why am I bothering? Here. Go build. Go be useful elsewhere. Food is basically under control. Because of porridge, and porridge alone. Smithy. Alright. Smithy's gonna give us tools. And coats if we ever had fabric. We'll get fabric eventually. We've got the weaver going. He's trying to make training tools, but he'll stop soon. Finished. I need to pay attention to that. Yeah, you gotta be careful about pushing your shoulders forward. That is a problem. Alright, kid, I need to switch legs. This one's fallen asleep. There you go. You still good? Are you content with this? Yeah? Alright, forager. Go ahead and start working this one. What was this? This was flour and planks. Oh. Don't need water skins. We definitely want planks going. Flour. Are we gonna bother with pie? It only helps humans. It only helps humans. Yeah, sure. We'll get pie going too. Alright, give me 50. Use whatever you can get your hands on. Same there, I guess. Whatever you can get your hands on. Trappers camp. Are we still worried about you collecting food? I think we are for now. No? Because we're not eating base foods. Tear it down. Tear it down, we don't need it. I do want somebody in here.
Yeah.
Bring that back up to 30 like we usually keep it. 4. We can't do any big trades at the moment. Yeah, I have a friend that also streams, my one real life friend that streams. And he bought a chair. He actually has money, unlike the rest of us. His chair was $800. He's got a real chair. But he also has cats. And I don't know how they affect the having of a chair, because if you can see the side of this one, this is torn to shreds. That wasn't this cat, that was the previous cat. Previous cat was raised to think that it was okay to scratch the chairs because my original chair was scratched itself. Yep. The pneumatic cylinders are always the first thing to go. It is inevitable that those things are going to crash on you. Who's doing planks? You're doing planks? You're trying to do flour first. So we'll get planks going. You guys are keeping up on copper. You aren't making bars fast enough. I'm gonna give you a friend. Other than that, I need my builders to go. And we need trade routes to finish, but we have a bunch of money. So if we ever get traders around again... What? Tiny kitten. There you go. Yeah, that's what it was. It was a Herman Miller. The epitome of chair greatness, if I am to understand correctly. Shouldn't these houses hold more than 3? Oh, they hold 4. Okay. But they just haven't moved themselves around so that it's holding 4 yet. So if I move 9 of you over, that's still fine. Is my keyboard in your way? You good? I have a spoiled princess cat. That's what I've heard about the Herman Millers. I need one more human. We have the money to get into that small glade now. We don't have a lot of incentive to get into them, but we can. Wait to the storm. Alright, let's see what happens with food. It's just a desk chair. My understanding is that it's the desk chair. I have been told you will not understand until you sit in one, and I've never sat in one. So I don't have a good say on the subject at the moment. If I ever get the opportunity, I'll let you know. Oh, another drizzle geyser. We don't really need a drizzle geyser, but if we ever do, we have access. What's this thing doing? Negative 80? I have cat fur on my face. We need big trades. That's a big trade. That's exactly what we're looking for. Can we do any other big trades? Almost. Just short there. That... we don't have enough of those for... Who's doing training gear? You? Alright. If you can get those delivered before the end of this season, we can get another big trade route done. I'll have to ask which one he has. Because he has an Aeron, I just don't remember which one. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was a thing in 2020 when the pandemic started and all the offices started closing. Because right before 2020, everyone was ready to spend big. Gain 2 crystallized dew for every 10 berries produced. That'll give us a near limitless supply of crystallized dew. This is a worthwhile purchase. I'm also tempted to buy this one. Screw it, let's buy it. Then we turn this to crystallized dew. And we turn this one to crystallized dew, and then we're not wasting copper. Or do we let this one be both? We let them both be both. We can let them both be both. Also, I just like saying let them both be both. I don't know if you... I guess you're making some now? Oh, we ran out of grain. Second foragers camp? Yeah, the shipping. Shipping is insane. Right now, trying to get anything overseas is a mess. Forum. Scribe. Access to scrolls? We'll take access to scrolls. We don't need to build the scribe right now, though. What are these guys doing?
They're getting there. Can I just build another one? Let's just build another one. Yeah, that's good. We're gonna need to start getting wood again. Alright, that's the big trade there. That's gonna get us 2 more. So we only need 2 more after that to get that turned in. Rainwater is in the bag. We're sitting on a guild house and ready to make wine. We need 1 more human. Wait, is this? This is just done, right? Or do we have to have both of these going at the same time? Yeah, we call that a winning the lottery chair. I know I don't have the money for that kind of chair. If it was the last chair I was ever gonna buy, it came with a lifetime warranty. I don't even have a bed, and they told me that it was cat-proof. Yeah, you. I would put it into consideration, but that's so much money. Copper bars? Or just use barrels. This is a much better rate than the copper bars. I feel like we're using pigments for something right now. Probably for incense. Oh, barrels. As soon as you get the barrels and the tools, then you can do work here. Other than that, sit on your hands. Ianek, what do you sleep on? Oh, I need to leave him in there. Otherwise I'll forget about him, and that would be a disaster. Do I need to get a 3rd person in here if we're going to be making flour? No, because I need 2 more humans for this right now, which is already going to leave us with 1 builder. Alright, we need more people. That's what we need. You sleep in a chair. Does that not hurt your neck? To be fair, I slept on a futon for a long time. And a futon is definitely not a bed. No, we're just short on plant fiber. We're gonna do the small trade. Futons are fantastic. I could feel the bar in my back underneath the mattress pad. And I'm just gonna call it a mattress pad. I'm not gonna call it a mattress. Cannibalism. Gain 30 meat and 20 jerky every time a villager leaves or dies. Increases the production speed of copper bars crystallized due in all recipes that use metal ingots by 66%. +1 to copper bars and crystallized dew production. That's amazing. A shady but lucrative deal. Gain 20 amber and an ancient tablet every time a villager leaves or dies. The middle one's the only one that isn't a net positive for getting people to leave. This one's amazing to get people to leave because it's a minus 30 hostility every time somebody dies. We have no reason not to do this. I have no reason to think anyone's going to leave or die going forward, so we're going to take the middle one. Hunter-gatherer. All camp production is increased by 100%. Woodcutters have a 20% chance of producing 100%. Woodcutters have a 20% chance of producing twice normal yield. An artifact infused. Okay. Also decreases woodcutter hostility by 24. Gain 2 ancient tablets for every completed Glade event. This effect is retroactive. I probably didn't have a proper futon. I probably had a cheap futon because it was college and I was poor and it was cheaper than a bed. All right, I've got a tough choice to make here. Hidden Reward gives us a bunch of ancient tablets, which is going to lower hostility and increase the speed at which we do Glade events. Hunter-Gatherer is going to let us... It's going to let us gather twice as fast, with the exception of the Woodcutter. This will put us at 0 hostility. And we just built a second Foragers camp. So we've already doubled it. I think they'll keep up. Let's see where they're at. We're at 0. They're actually collecting more plant fiber than grain. You guys suck. We're using all the flour. We're using all the grain. This only helps humans. I don't think humans are getting there. I think we're better off just taking the hidden reward here. Yeah, hostility 0. Hostility 0. Glade events are going to be done in seconds, if seconds at all. Reputation threshold 25. We need more humans. I don't want to take 9 people. We're going to take the side with 5. This is not a balanced decision. Does that make anybody homeless? No? Hostility still 0? Alright, we're going to use rainwater. Trades are going. Guild house is technically underway. Need for clothing will be done in theory. Who's working on clothing? Okay. I have too many buildings. You have no fabric. Here's another person to help you make fabric. Here is another person to help with the smithy. How are you guys doing? You're ahead. Here's another person for that building. Here's another person here. Nothing else matters? Keep 2 people in case we need to go into a glade. Yeah, you're short stuff. You'll get it. You don't get to do anything for now. How are we doing on money? We've got plenty of money. We have 34 ancient tablets. That's ridiculous. Yeah, let's go ahead and get into a glade when we get a chance. God, I can't imagine sleeping on the floor anymore. I got old. I got old and whiny. Cat twitched and it freaked me out. Just had that flinch reaction. Alright, foxes, you're not getting me anything anymore. Yep, I know he's stuck. They're working on it. They'll get you some tools in a minute. There we go, that's a bunch of coats. Alright, this one will be done shortly-ish. I need to increase this. Why are we at 1 and not 1.5? What do we need for clothing not fulfilled? You guys. Did you open that during the storm? I forgot to stop them from opening it during the storm. That was my fault. Oh, it's not triggered because we have no hostility. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Fine, we'll get points from humans then. Prayer book. Scouts work 10% faster on glade events for every firekeeper assigned to a hearth. Expected increase plus 20%. Ooh, Frel, good question. The biggest issue, which prestige are you working on? Because I think the difference actually matters here. On the lower prestiges, it just becomes a game of getting access to buildings. Higher prestiges is a little bit trickier. Oh, okay. Yeah, it becomes a game of focusing on something else. So either try and pick your lowest based race. I'm glad I didn't try to say that too quickly. Oh, that's not the encyclopedia. Where's my encyclopedia? So your two big options are, for example, if you have harpies, harpies have a base resolve of 5, and they have the lowest decadence. So if you really focus on harpies, you can get a lot of points from them. So focus on getting their houses, getting jerky, getting biscuits, getting pie, getting coats, getting treatment, getting education. If you can try and get all of their stuff, you can easily get 5 reputation points just from the harpies and nobody else. Like, not doing anything else, that's 5 points right there. And you can just try and not do anything that requires money. So keep everyone fed. Try and do your glades as quickly as possible. I'm obviously doing a ton of trading right now because we have the opportunity. I'm going to take prayer book here. Oh no, we're not quite keeping up on porridge. I'm still going to go prayer book here. We're going to try and rush a little bit. Actually, we should get into a glade. Let's get into a glade before I forget what we're doing, so we can try and get some points going. Sorry, I'm doing a bunch of things at once here, and I'm gonna get cut off answering that question a bunch of times. Okay, so yeah, it just becomes a game of self-fulfillment or happiness thresholds. If you can keep all of your people happy, you can get a lot of points just by doing that. Alright, one more tool and you'll be ready. Yeah, there you go. The hard part about that is just having the money to get it done. Because you won't necessarily be able to buy anything from the traders. But if you find caches, try and keep some rocks around so you can grab whatever the break open option is, get a bunch of stuff that way. Keep an eye on your consumption control, so you can make sure that if you need eggs, turn your eggs off just in case, that sort of thing. Or do some practice runs and just don't do trading. Skewers. We could absolutely use skewers. And give boxes an extra 5. We're never gonna have the planks to get that building done. I have no incentive to break this open. Hi, kitten. Yeah, unfortunately, that's all the advice I have for not going trading. It's a tough one. It's a really tough one. Because in the later game, it's really difficult to not do trading. This is probably one of the most egregious examples, is what I've got going on right now. Do I make this trade? Yeah, that's covered. Cellar any good? Better wine? Shouldn't matter. None of this should matter. You also don't need to rush the prestiges. This game is a lot of fun. It really and truly is a lot of fun. Yeah, you don't have to run through the prestiges real quick. So I don't have any of this. I don't even have access to any of these things. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. When I first started, I had a lot of problems with prestiges. Somewhere around prestige 5, I was stuck for a while. Like, I just had a really hard time with it. I don't know what my issue was. But I leveled up a bit and got the level tree and metamaterial balanced out. And it became a lot easier. Alright, we don't need to do big trades now. We just need to do as many as we can get our hands on. Right, we're waiting for one more to finish. Is there any reason for me to not turn these in? Not really. I should just turn them in. Alchemist Hut Kiln. Access to things I didn't have before, even though I think we're golden and I don't need to worry about doing anything at this point. We're just opening glades to open glades. We're running out of wood. I need to put you back near a warehouse. Still waiting on this guild house. We have the wine. Trade will be done shortly. That's 2 points. That just got done. That's 2 points. I don't even remember what the bonus was for this. Again, gain 10 sea marrow for every 10 copper ore produced. Oh no. We've emptied this thing out of copper ore. We should have gotten a warning for that, but didn't. That's okay. We'll just have it make more. Give these guys something to do. There. I didn't even pick anything here. I don't think we need more people. We'll actually have tools shortly. Oh, that's another thing. If you're able to focus on making tools, if you're on a map that has a mine, and you can get something that makes copper bars, and you can get tools, just find the abandoned caches, and that becomes your win condition. It's just getting your reputation through abandoned caches. You can get a lot of points that way. Cat fur all over my face. Just keep rubbing my face now that I have the camera on naturally. Alright, that finishes that. Gives us a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter. Sitting on 2 buildings that don't matter. Alright, we need 3 more points. Corruption is fine. I have no reason not to buy these. Woodcutters have a 20% chance of producing twice the normal yield. Hostility from woodcutters is decreased by 24. We're not exactly worried about hostility. Gain +2 to production yields for all packs. All packs are produced 50% faster. We're not too worried about packs, we're just making the one. Somehow the priestess knows the smuggler and can summon him for a price. You can choose 2 blueprints from all unlocked blueprints. We don't need blueprints. The bonus to woodcutter yield seems to be the best option here. Again, we're basically just sitting at 0 hostility. Woodcutters are finally collecting some wood. We're barely keeping up on forage. Who is making 22.44? Who's making our planks? You guys are, but you're also making flour, which is cutting into your plank production time, which is why we don't have the guild house done. We'll find out if this is retroactive soon. Did we find a second one of those? No. This is the only one we found. In my brain, we found a second one. I must be thinking back to yesterday. Alright, let's get you back to looking at dangerous glades. We're in year 8. Humans aren't getting us points anymore. Alright, let's find out what's holding up coat production. Tools. Tools are holding up coat production. I don't have a storm. This is going to be my last run today, unfortunately. Tomorrow is Father's Day, so I'm going to be doing Father's Day things tomorrow, which will require me to be awake. As much as I like to go to bed late and sleep in, tomorrow is a bad day for that. Alright, how are we winning? We're gonna get 1 point from our guild house when we have 10 more planks. We're not earning points from anyone else. We're having trouble even keeping up on anything. If we get this done, we can get another point from foxes. Can I rush you guys on planks? Can you do that first? I'm not exactly worried about pie. Alright, where's my operating woodcutter? Stormwalker training, the Royal Stormwalkers. All trade routes are faster by 40%. Every burned cyst removes an additional 50 corruption. Neither of these matter. We'll take Firekeeper's armor in case I forget to do the Blight Post this year. What have you got for trade? Generous donation, half a reputation point, sure. None of the rest of this matters at the moment. Maybe coats? We could buy some coats and get us some more human points. And we are just sitting on money. Not with time. They go up on reputation. So, for example, the current threshold for foxes is at 25. Once I have gained a full reputation point from foxes, it'll go up to the next level. That's when the threshold will increase. Which is a little bit confusing until it's actually explained. So yeah, it's based on this bar. So if, say we had 2 of them in the blue, and we were getting half a point from each, their thresholds wouldn't raise until they individually got a full reputation points worth. And then it increases by an amount based on their decadence level. So harpies have the lowest decadence. They go 15, 17, 19, 21. Those are not exact numbers. I can't remember what the exact numbers are. But they go up by about 2 points apiece. Humans already start high. They start at 30. Their decadence is medium, so it bumps up by about 5 every time. So they go from 30 to 35 to 40. Foxes are a medium. They start at about 15 and then go 20 and then 25 and then 30. Lizards have the high decadence, but they have the lowest starting resolve. So their first point is one of the easiest ones to get at 15, but they have the largest jump. So it goes from like 15 to 19 to like 23. Very large jumps because of the decadence level. So in that regard, harpies are the best because they are able to get you points for a longer period of time. I don't have anything to trade. I have nothing to trade right now. I have yet to even get beavers to 30. Look at all these fields. Holy cow. Let's heal this tree and get the half a reputation point there. This is just a plain old small farm? How many fields is this? I'm not going to build these, I just want to see. 2, 5, 9, 13, 18, 20, 26, 27? That's 27 fields. That's absolutely insane. That is a ridiculous number of fields. We're also going to get that cash. Nope, we're not going to rebuild this. Never mind. Do another one? Let's do another one. Let's see if we can get the win in here pretty quickly. That's half a point. That's 3/4. You guys are about to tick. Harvester, you're basically done. We got a bunch of reeds. Go do something else. Hey, the guild house is almost done. Then we can turn this in. Alright, we are on the verge of victory. Finish this? Wait, how long are these taking? 38 seconds. We have so many tablets. Oh, the fire's going out. That's not good. Here, burn sea marrow. Don't let the fire go out. That's not a thing we want to deal with. We could be getting points from humans if I turn this off. Does it matter? It doesn't matter. Forgotten Temple of the Sun. I don't have the stuff to finish it immediately, and it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's where the big points are. Let's turn this in. I want to see if this is retroactive. It is not. It is not retroactive. Forbidden Glades are where the money is at. That's really where you're going to get your points from doing the Glade events. We did it. Success. I usually wait a couple of years before I get into the Glades, as long as everybody's fed. If it seems like we're going to have issues with food, then I'll jump into a Forbidden Glade early, but it's iffy early on. But I also try and do them at the beginning of the year. So as soon as the new year starts is when you want to open the Forbidden Glades. That way you're not trying to work on them during the storm. Okay. We did it. We consecutively beat all the prestiges. I'm sort of surprised. And that run went very well. That was one of our better runs. How many years do we have left? 11 years. Thank you, Ianic. That was a major challenge. Beat our Prestige 20, that'll let us hit level 17. Which unlocks all of these things. All right. That went very well. What was our hardest run this time? Last time we got stuck on Prestige 14. But now I've done this, and I don't feel like we have to do it again. We can just play the game now. I feel like we finish up the tree as best we can. And maybe we attempt to do some of the seals. I don't have enough years now, I don't think. We go here. I think we end up one space away. Yeah, I think we end up one space away. That's too bad. I'm not actually sure. I don't know how the seals work. I haven't done them. But we could plan that for next time. We don't need to do it as a prestige. We could do settler difficulty. And just try and rush it. And see if we get close enough. Just so we can figure it out. Tempted to do it right now. Alright. For all I lied, I'm gonna do one more. Alright, give me one sec. I'm just gonna uncamera you guys for a moment. I'm gonna take my pills. I don't know what Twitch's rules are about taking pills on stream. All right, we're back. Yeah, just one more turn. Thanks, civilizations. Just one more turn. All right, it's been a long time since I've done a settler difficulty. We've been running prestiges for months. I don't think we end up eating a lot of food. I think we just rush. I think we rush the game. We don't worry about plantations. We just bring some building materials and go. Let's bring a plantation anyway. That's our backup plan. Bring food anyway? Bring wood? Get our early stuff out of the way immediately? We have field kitchen. We could theoretically use that with meat to increase our lizard bonus. And bricks are just an absolute pain. So bring bricks, or do we bring reeds because fabric is also an absolute pain? I feel like bricks are a slightly worse issue. Okay. I'm rushing.
I'm absolutely just kind of rushing here. And I realize that. But we completed the challenge, so this is kind of for fun at this point. I didn't even spend our food to upgrade. I know, kitten. You're sleepy. Yes. Villagers have a 35% chance of not consuming food. Okay. Geyser pump operators get plus 10 resolve. Holy crap. That's a lot. We need to get a geyser pump going. Mer. Woodcutters can carry more during drizzle season. Discovering a glade during the storm equals bad news. Wait, how does this face? This doesn't seem right. This seems right? Well, I'm gonna face it like this. It doesn't matter if it's right. We're gonna rush. Scribe, butcher, tinkerer, trapper's camp. Interesting. We can get jerky and skewers from trapper, or sorry, from the butcher. We brought meat. Ranch, we can make our own meat. Distillery, brick oven, clothier, weaver. We are basically going all in with lizards here. So pie. All right, give me 2 woodcutters. Give me houses. Actually, give me the crude workstation first. Then give me houses. One, 2, 3, 4. Give me a park for the bonus. Park. Give me... That's it. We got all the important stuff. Ranch butcher. Ranch. If they don't eat, they don't consume the food. It's not that they don't eat the food. So it still counts. Do I have room to put this anywhere? Right here? It's kind of in the way. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. None of this matters. So they don't consume the food. That's the wording there. They're still gonna eat it. We got a lizard in here that's gonna give us a bonus. We're gonna click this. That's gonna give us a bonus. And just go. Just go real fast. Like I said, we're just gonna massively rush this. Because I've already forgotten. They eat the food, but they don't consume it. Yeah. I've already forgotten what the negatives are that are now gone because we're not doing a prestige level. Because we just ran prestige 20s for so long, I got used to that. Large baskets. Plus 50% to the amount of goods produced in the plantation. God. This is food. Food is done. Okay. Yeah, we're good. None of the rest of this is very useful. Get in here year 1? Are we really rushing? Am I gonna get myself in trouble? It's entirely possible we run into something we can't beat here, and I've just ruined everything. Oh, no, we have a bunch of starter stuff. A curious piece of improvised technology. It extracts moisture from the soil around it and converts it into clearance water. It extracts moisture and converts it into clear. This gives us free clearance water. Or we can get crystallized dew from berries. I'd rather have the crystallized dew, because we're going to be doing berries. I have no water. This blows up in 11 minutes. How quickly can we get water? Everybody get back to building. Hold on, we need this done. And what do we get here? A brewery? A brewery doesn't matter. Let's do this. Let's do plantation here. We're really far away from this, which is unfortunate, but you can only work with what you've got. We could put it here instead. We could put it here instead. That's slightly better. Check our orders. Complete a glade event. Have 8 people housed and 20 wood. Complete 1 glade event. Alright, like I said, we're rushing. Complete 2 glade events. We can complete 2 glade events. Yeah. It's not specifically dangerous or forbidden, it's just glade events. So that's easy. A bunch of packs of things. That's frustrating. We could do this. It also gets us a victory point and counts as our glade event. Do that. We're getting points here because of the reputation threshold. What kind of water are you guys getting? Drizzle water, clearly. Because it's drizzle season. 4 every 20 seconds. 60 seconds. They'll get it in time if they start now. To make that faster, we build a warehouse right here for which we need fabric. For which we need the harvester's camp to get done. I don't have any builders because they're collecting rainwater.
They've got all the rainwater they need. All right, we're not worried about that building anymore. Give us a bonus. Weaver, brickyard, supplier, tool shop. No idea what we need. Is that this done already? That's that done already. That'll be done in a second. We can turn these in. That gives us more people. I already looked at that. Still not worried about it. We have a harpy. We'll worry about the harpy in a minute. Oh, I have 3 harpies. You guys are in here. Use jerky and whatever else you can find for skewers. Use whatever you can get your hands on for the jerky. We're gonna need more woodcutters. You're all done with stuff. We can turn that one in. That's going to get us even more people. We're going to need even more houses. Need to wait for all this stuff to get done. All right, I need to just let them build for a moment. We're sitting on too many buildings. Oh, poor kitten. Get this done. I only have the 1 human. Reputation threshold went up. I need people. I just keep needing more people. Let's see if you can get eggs. You should have no problem doing meat. You guys can just go nuts. Gain a wildfire essence for every 2 completed Dangerous Forbidden Glade events. Global production speed is 33% faster. Global production speed? Yeah, jerkies for skewer is a great conversion rate. A lot of times we talk about it in terms of food multipliers, like what gives us the best food multiplier, but those are really good numbers. Let's see if we can keep it up, though. Gonna need somebody else in here. We still have a house we need to finish. And we are probably ready for another glade if we can get into one. We need a makeshift post if we're gonna do building materials.
And these guys are about to hit their next point and disappear on us. And then we start focusing on harpies. Probably shouldn't have done this one this year. That might have been a mistake. Merchant Shipwreck. We have the tools. When this effect is active, hostility is increased by 110, but each ongoing trade route decreases hostility by 40. We're just going to eat the 110. That still leaves them at a positive. Let's pull one woodcutter to get us down to hostility 1. Again, I apologize. We are absolutely just rushing. 8 jerky fulfilled, not a problem. We're going to have tons of jerky going. 50 paths. We can get 50 paths. We have 47. Give me 3 more paths. 1, 2, 3. I have 1 builder. What do we got? 7 points left. I'll get us down to 6. That's 5. So we'll put us at 4. Use whatever you can get your hands on to get me a whopping 3. We're just going to keep an eye on you. Yeah, we're not getting them up to 29. Put down a harpy house. Is that done? That is done. What you guys doing on fabric? There's a couple in there. Turn that in. Just almost got that one done. Alright, let's get into another glade. No fire. We moved you too far away from the fire. This will get us points. We don't have anything though. No incense, no tea. We can get tea from this. We can get tea from this. I'll tell you guys to do that with tea, under the assumption that you'll have it soon. Packs are done. Turned in. 3 points to go. Get that one done. 2 points to go. Yep, I know. You guys are idle until this one's done. Where is the trader? Green post. Only got 1 builder. Don't have access to any more tools. Nope, none of this matters. Reroll. What are you doing? Don't eat my mouse pad. What's wrong with you? Silly cat. Oh, we should have been focusing on harpies. You guys get tea yet? They're working on it. We don't have orders for another 3 minutes. Can I help you? Why am I building a trader? Tools? Maybe we can buy tools. No, no tools. Nothing here that's giving us points. Yep, none of that matters. We need 1.5 points. If I get more harpies, is that good? Or is that bad? I can get one more harpy. Oh, 4. That's still good? Oof. 5 buildings that harpies would like? I mean, we could build some. I think we're good on threshold here. Just rush the next trader, yes! That's actually a good point. We could just rush the next trader. How much time do we need here? 4 seconds. Hold on, we'll see if we can just get an order done here. Coal and building materials. We've got the coal. Open 2 caches, that's cruel. Open 2 caches or 10 coats. Do you sell coats? You're already gone. Rush to the next trader. We need tools, we need coats. Or we need building materials. I put a limit on you. Here, the limit's gone. Just make as much as you want. Tools? No? Coats? Yes. Alright, I need people to go wear coats. Which means I need the harpies, or I need them to make packs. He didn't just sell packs, did he? No. Six, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now we just have to wait 2 minutes. Well, this is probably going to be done because of harpies in that amount of time. It didn't matter. Oh, that one finished. Oh my god. Don't let the queen's impatience grow above 6. Don't let the queen's impatience grow above 4. Don't let the queen's impatience grow above 2. Win a game in 5 years or less. Win a game in 3 years or less. Alright. That was a ridiculous run. Oh. Oh, we can't do the seal anyway. It's not the end of the cycle. We'd need to rush one more. Do we just rush one? How long did that take? We're just gonna rush one more. Alright, just real quick. Just so we can see what the seal level is. "15 minutes. Here, give me some more people to start with. Alright. Alright, let's go. We're just going. We're going real fast. Alright, none of that matters. We need woodcutters. 2. We need a lizard in there. We need housing. First, we need a crude workstation. Can we do specific housing? Does it matter? It could matter. Grab a harpy house, grab a single lizard house. We'll just leave foxes out. All of that stuff is off by a space. That would normally be really frustrating to me. Alright, it is. I'm moving them over one. Get stone going. Backup berries. Alright, what are we looking to do here? None of this is food. We could theoretically get jerky. We got a free reroll. Throw the reroll? Or take the crystallized dew and try and go tools. Alright, Forester set, you win. We're gonna take a tool building if we see it. Coal brick jerky. Nope. Reroll. It's a free reroll. Skewers and jerky is back. But ranch is the lead-in because we need a source of meat. So ranch first and hope we get butcher again, or a similar building. There's tools. We'll take tinkerer. Technically, we could use field kitchen. It's not the best version of those things. It gives us the points if we need them super early. Didn't put down the park. Misplaced the park. Okay. We're rushing. I'm gonna make mistakes. I should make all of these 15. I feel like there are Glade events that require them to be 15. You doing alright there, kitten? Yeah? Okay. How many builders did I leave? Not enough? Every Glade event solved by making a decision marked as loyalty lowers hostility by 10. Silent looting. Every opened cache lowers hostility by 15. We'll take that one. Alright, again, I'm not playing like I normally play. Generally, I would read all of the options out loud. I would explain everything that I'm doing and why I'm doing it. But we're just going real fast. We don't have the money, we can't do that option. So we're gonna do that option. We've got our field. So we can put our plantation down. We want a warehouse to go with the plantation. We can't get anything closer with the hearth. Ranch life or 20 wood? Our houses are done. This is an immediate turn in. Have at least 8 villagers with the basic housing need fulfilled for 20 seconds. Okay. No, our houses are not done. Never mind. Keep Fox's resolve at 14 for 30 seconds. We're gonna do the timed one. Have 6 lizards. That's amazing. I have no builders. I have no builders. I need 2 of you to build. I didn't build regular houses at all. And I need 3 of them. Fox resolve 14. I need them to get up a couple of points on their own, which will happen just by having houses completed. 12 won't do it. $13. And I'll also get them to 14. Okay. Alright, this is just a better version of that building. Do we need any other buildings? Maybe something for a different food? Theoretically, bakery? We took something for tools, right? Yes. Maybe rain mill for flour? I don't know that we actually needed that building. Tinkerer is going to be focusing on tools. One of you is probably fine. Got a stone cutter. That got its upgrade. You guys are working on everything there. Got the tools, go investigate that. Yep, you don't have anything yet. What am I missing here? What was our food building? Is bakery our only food building? Have 6 lizards. Alright, we'll see if we can get some money for a reroll there. He'll bring some money in for a reroll there. Yeah, we didn't get our butcher yet. We took bakery on the off chance that we want to go that route.
Let's reroll this one. 10% bonus yield. Newly discovered resource nodes have more charges. Traders don't arrive as quickly. Faster production speed, okay. Nope. Thank you, Rainix. Hey, everybody. Always remember to do your stretching. Oh, that was my shoulder cracking. And it woke up the kitten. I should really get up and actually stretch. But that would definitely displace the kitten. And I know she would not appreciate that. We need lizards. We need woodcutters. We need to get into glades. We need tinkerers making tools. We need everything. There's a lot going on here. Have the money, we don't have the packs.
So how?
Hey, Zester? Welcome in. I don't know who that handsome guy in the corner is. He just showed up and everybody seems to like him. Zester, Rainix, how are you guys doing? What are you up to tonight? You know what, we're not using pipes. Let's do this one with pipes. You know what we didn't do? We didn't build any houses. I'm just building them poorly. These are terrible placements. You came for an interesting game. I am just absolutely rushing. We're not even trying right now. All right. What are we overdoing it on? Nothing? We're not overdoing it on anything. I'm doing pretty good. We had a good night. We finished the Ironman challenge, which I'm very happy about. It was entirely possible that we lost today, and I would have been sad. But I'm not sad, so everything is good. At some point, I'm just gonna have to pick one of those. I have no builders. Pull a woodcutter. Get some things built. Pull 2 woodcutters. Get a bunch of things built. Everything is awesome. Good times. What a fantastic song. That's a great one for getting the spirits up. Bakery. Who eats pie? Bunch of people eat pie. All right, I am incentivized to do this. You. Get this. Make a bunch of it. Lizards. We need more people. Turn that in. Take this one. Skewers? Skewers, but we don't have jerky yet. Maybe we'll get better jerky. Grill, you're in. There's nobody to build you. Newcomers in 5 minutes. Come on, jerky. Reroll into jerky. 3-star jerky. There we go. All right. We got the same thing going as last time, except the buildings are all confused. I don't have anybody to work on anything. How's our wood situation? We got 40. Yeah, so we had a really good day. We were doing an Ironman challenge, which means we were just constantly playing on the hardest difficulty every level. And we managed to win every time. There are a couple of other people that have been trying it. And I'm gonna be real rude here for a second. No one else succeeded. The reason that's rude is because there is somebody that thinks he succeeded, but I'm not giving it to him. Because as he was about to lose, he Alt F4'd out of the game and reloaded to an earlier save. And personally, the whole point of the Ironman run is that when you fail, your save is dead. So I consider his save to be dead. It's not rude, it's facts. Well, you're just making biscuits. That's the wrong building. Where's Jerky? There's Jerky. Alright, use whatever you can get your hands on.
Así acá.
And where is... skewers? Oops, meant to turn those off. You can probably also use meat. No, I think we go fast enough that this is fine. Alright, now we should be getting enough points. This is still not 6 lizards. But everybody has houses. Kitten, you okay? She's having kitten dreams.
Tailoring.
She's over here kicking her feet.
Aquí a la.
For those who don't know me, I'm absolutely obsessed with my kitten. Pie 2-star? Do I have a pie 3-star somewhere? No, I got a pie 2-star. We got pie 2-star, as you should. Alright, everything built. Everyone has houses. We're gonna get the meat going, and I think we're golden for victory here. All we have to do is not do anything stupid. Zester, what are you still doing up? It's gotta be like 3 a.m. there. Ianic, I get. I know why you're still up. But Zester actually has a normal sleep schedule. And Selphia just got up a little bit ago, so she doesn't count. Foxes, what's wrong with you guys? Do I not have any good foods for you? I don't have any good foods for you. How do I make you happy? Can I favor them? Maybe that'll make them happy? Coats? I don't have any coats. We haven't run into coats yet in this one. Open 2 forbidden glades within 240 seconds. Sure, let's real quick get into 2 possibly game-destroying forbidden glades. What could possibly go wrong? 8:30 a.m. in Norway. Yep. Got a lot of out of my country people. I'm in the US, so I'm at about 1:30 a.m. Zester's a couple hours ahead of me. Solfea is probably about 9:30. We're scattered. We are all over the place. Oh. Well, this never gets done.
Lo sale.
Just too bad. It would be neat. This we could do if I had more people. Give me one of you.
Valerie.
Are we even worried about this? No. This game's gonna be done in 12 minutes.
Peltola.
Dang it, foxes. Why are you so unhappy? I give you everything. Nope, no points there either. Foxes want porridge. Can I do porridge? Can I do fox houses? No. Alright, give me field kitchen, give me rain collector. Oh, there we go, they're back. You can turn that one in. I get points here? Not really. That gives everyone a +1. This will be over momentarily. Year 4? Ah, didn't we do year 3 last time? Alright, you're not making tools anymore. Go do something else. I don't know what else. None of this matters. Victory! We didn't get anything that time. We're still not technically at the end of the cycle, but we have cleared this, which was the whole point. So now we do the wait until the end of the cycle button. This will skip the rest of the cycle, allowing you to play one last game near an available seal. This action cannot be undone. Yes. Okay. Oh, okay. This has a bunch of negative modifiers. All resource nodes have fewer charges, -5 for small deposits and -20 for large deposits. That's a big deal on higher difficulties, but we're on the lowest one. Glades have a lower chance of containing fertile soil. Not great, considering we're using that as our major food source. Alright, kid, gotta switch legs. That's gonna be part of stretching tonight. And all trade routes are slower. Again, we're not doing trade routes. We are absolutely rushing every game. We want harpies and foxes? Harpies are usually pretty easy to make happy. That'll get us early points. We're playing on settler. I don't think it matters what we pick here, right? This is considered a settler level seal? Or is it? Unfortunately, I'm less aware of how all of this works, because I haven't done one. Let's get harpies and foxes. And 3 more people, and a plantation, and only 2 points left. Grab some food in case I do something stupid. Because again, rushing, we're going to do something stupid. Is that it? We just hit the button? Okay, let's see what happens in here. All the things I just read. And these don't matter. Villagers with this effect have soaked clothes and get a -5 penalty to resolve if they don't have a house. Oh no. Oh, it's marked. Okay. I thought this was going to be a cursed glade level where you don't get to see which ones are the dangerous glades. Alright, so we are going for... What are we going for? Oh, what is... I didn't know you could pull up console commands. That's news. Skewers and biscuits. What do you guys eat? Skewers? Biscuits? We're probably not going to get both. We're more likely to go that same route as last time where we end up with skewers and jerky. Or we go coats, which is big for harpies. Let's do skewers and biscuits. We're going to stick to the food routes since they go the fastest. Ranch is back. Manufactory, weaver, supplier, distillery. This gives us flour. Flour that I don't have access to, realistically. Which doesn't help for biscuits. We would need a source of mushrooms or something else. This lets us have porridge. We want to focus more on the harpies because we can get more points from them. So let's go flour. Reroll for jerky. Reroll for jerky. No. Greenhouse gives us mushrooms. Mushrooms we would use for flour. We need water. Take greenhouse. Take greenhouse. Okay. This is going to be the level where rushing comes back to bite me and not thinking consistently about what we're doing. It's just that those last 2 levels played so perfectly into our hands. That I think we end up getting ourselves in trouble here. Okay, get that. Get this for mushrooms. Get this for insects. I can't do fox housing. We could always go field kitchen. We could always go field kitchen for jerky. It's not ideal. We can maximize with harpy houses eventually. until then, we need a bunch of regular houses. I didn't leave room for. Oh, this is a mess. This is an absolute disaster. Ooh, hydrate. Alright. That's the last of my water. Next hydrate, I'm actually gonna have to get out of my seat. Alright, everybody get busy. Water's important. Gotta stay hydrated. Oh, we don't have humans. We don't know where our fields are. Look at all these small, worthless glades. Is there a win condition I don't know about? Keep Harpy resolve above 14 for 30 seconds. Oh, hi kitten. Or just open 3 glades. This sets us up for biscuits. We can do this. We can get them above 14, right? We just need anything to kick in. Open 3 glades. We'll just start opening some glades. Silent looting. Minus 15 hostility for every opened cache. That's a good one. Here, open this one. I want to see what's in there. That gets them to 14 immediately, but knocks foxes to 0. We need to get houses done. Basically nothing. Need to build a stone cutter. Even though we have no access to stone, that'll finish one of the jobs. Boxes. I need you to move into a house. Somebody build them a house, please. Access to flour? Do we not have access to flour yet? Access to porridge. Access to porridge is good. That's going to help our foxes out. Or are we just focusing on harpies? What would we pick if we were focusing on harpies? Access to flour. Because that gets us biscuits. Okay. Access to flour. I have no room. Where are my woodcutters? You guys working at all? Alright, we got the 14 on harpies. We can turn that back off. We have no wood. Collecting wood too slowly. Gain 15 drizzle water per minute during the drizzle. Gain 15 drizzle water per minute during drizzle. Oh, our holding tank is at 0. That's why. Stonecutter's underway. We're just opening glades willy-nilly here. Are we just rushing? Are we just rushing this seal level? I have no idea what's gonna happen. It kind of just seems like another level. We have no tools. We can finish this. That's going to give us a big global resolve bonus. Let's get that done ASAP. Here's our first field. Gets the plantation that we wanted. We give them a warehouse. And a not so nearby small hearth. I'd have to cut down 2 trees. Oh, that's not trees. It's not trees at all. We have to cut down 1 tree. That's better than 2 trees. Nobody's in here. That's not ideal. We don't have access to stone. We don't have access to a stone cutter. Stone cutter's almost done. Get me into 1 more glade. Doesn't matter which one. Bakery. Biscuits and pie. Wanted pie? Harpies. Harpies want pie. Alright, we can justify this if we ever have the equipment for it. We don't have the equipment for anything. Small abandoned cache. Turn these in, get our new buildings. Don't know what we're looking for. 3-star porridge. We would need water. Forester's hut creates crystallized dew. We end up falling into the tool trap again. Give me jerky or tools. There's tools. Forester's hut, tinkerer. Nothing to work on. Alright, seriously, am I missing something here? Or do we just need to beat another level? Because it kind of seems like we're just beating another level. Alright, grab that and that. You can stop working on planks. Put that wood back. Stormwalker tax. You'll gain 15 amber every time a new group of villagers arrive, but you'll lose all currently stored amber. Do we have amber or are we broke? We have 2. We have 2 amber. Royal Guard training, no. Minus 40 hostility for every hearth upgraded to level 2, not really. Free money for villagers? Free money for villagers. And then we take a bunch of villagers. And then we build a trading route so we can see. We build this small hearth here we intended to build if we can ever get the stuff for it.
Topoli.
Resin off? Turn resin off. Field kitchen. Needs access to water. No, you are the crappy version of biscuits. Yes? What do I have better versions of? Biscuit skewers. I haven't built this. Okay. Find some room.
Shahuli.
How are we doing on wood? Kinda low. Do a dangerous glade? We'll do a dangerous glade. Deliver 35 herbs. Can we just turn that in immediately? We'll just turn that in immediately. Got a tool building. Gets us coats though. 3-star porridge is way better than our current porridge building. I just need to let them run for a bit. We're doing too many things at once. Wood cutting is faster. Here, let's get rid of these tablets. We don't need them. What do we need? Planks? Maybe some crystallized dew? Some fabric? A couple more of these? One less of those? Alright, there. Alright, we got a bunch of stuff now that they can work on. Again, for anybody watching this thinking they were going to learn something, I apologize. We are very flippantly rushing through this game
Loshali.
to try and get a victory. Need more people. A lot more people. Specialty housing? I have nobody to build. Newcomers in 4 minutes. That's not ideal. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Woodcutters aren't really keeping up. We need to get into a dangerous glade. I'm not going to do that during the storm, though. Alright, pull a woodcutter. Favor harpies get a point that way. Barrels. Nope. Thought we had pie somewhere. Apparently I'm wrong. Apparently I'm wrong. We have skewers and biscuits. Newcomers are almost here. Holy crap, time is really slipping away from me. I need to go to bed. What's wrong with me? Just go to bed. Clay delivery line. A group that gets me 4. Go build the houses, you guys. That's the thing that needs to get done here. Alright, that's all going. Everything's going. You guys are doing tools finally. Open the dangerous glade. I don't need you guys at 25. Oh, I do need you at 25. 21 is the threshold. It's fine. We'll get the points from them for now. This is our porridge building, for which we need access to water. Get that done. Any of this matter? It don't matter. None of this matters. Oh, bakery. We have a bakery we can get going at pretty much any time. Another shipwreck. Amazing. That just keeps popping up. I have nobody available. I hate to keep pulling my woodcutters. $50 paths, that's easy. And turn in a bull knight now. Packs of stuff, 2 rain collectors. I can build a second rain collector. $23, okay. We sell tools. We're kind of making our own tools. Anything else in here we don't have? We don't have mushrooms. We're kind of low on bricks, but bricks aren't a major concern.
Yes,
21, I can't juggle. Can't collect drizzle water till next year. Anything I can do to get another point? Build a fox house? Building a fox house gets them 1 more point? There we go. They're done in 55 seconds. That'll end the level. We can at least learn what happens when we beat a seal. Alright, I stayed up far too late. That's okay. No deeds for completing the seal? Win. Reputation and patience left 14. Orders completed 6. Regular events completed 2. Dangerous events 2. No villagers died. No villagers left. Impatience stayed below 2 points the entire game, and game finished before year 4. Enchanted Seal. This area contains a weakening ancient seal. At the end of the cycle, if the seal is within reach of your embark range, you can try to reforge it. Minimum difficulty settler requires 5 fragments. For reforging that, the crown will grant you 10% of all meta resource materials throughout the cycle. Did we actually... Highest reforged seal, enchanted seal. Reforging this seal increased the duration of the cycle by 8 years. Okay, so we did it. All right, we got a little code in here. World UI cycle end close seal tooltip header. The joys of being in the experimental branch of an early access game. Gave us 34 extra food and 3 machinery. This creates an interesting issue for doing further Ironman runs. If we get a seal, we get more free stuff. All right, end the cycle. Show me the next one. It's gonna clear our board and start us over. I want to see what the next seal looks like. Mystical seal. Alright, so it shows us the mystical seal now that we can go towards. Another enchanted seal. Another mystical seal. Okay. And yeah, we got a bunch more food for that. We finished a bunch of deeds. We can get a little bit more experience. Is that it? This one's a cornerstone. Resources you sacrifice burn longer. Okay. Those are the 6 that we just don't turn in, as has been the case for a while now. Okay. It's basically nothing. It lets us last longer. So now our Blight Storm is up to 40 years. So we can move further out on the map and try and uncover more things. I'm gonna call this essentially complete until we get more major overhaul updates or final release. Because we've kind of done everything. And having done the Ironman challenge, I think that's the toughest self-imposed challenge I can do. I don't know what I could do to make it any worse. It's about the highest difficulty I can think of. Nobody else has done it, so maybe they'll show me up eventually. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me tonight. I am let's see. No, who's on? Like nobody. Nobody is on. I'll be back on Monday. Tomorrow's my usual night off. The plan is to come back Monday and finish up The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We're on day almost 20. I've already forgotten. I'd have to go back and check titles. But we're ready. We have all 4
Temple's done. We've got the Master Sword. We have upgraded armor mostly. I did not want to take the time to get the materials for all of the armor upgrades, but I think we're in a good enough position. It leaves me some stuff to do offline when we're done, but it also lets us complete the story, which I'm looking forward to. That game's been a blast. So yeah, Monday we're gonna head into the castle and maybe finish that up. I just need to cook some food first. I'll do that offline too. No one wants to sit there and watch me cook food for 20 minutes and just hear that little song over and over again. And then who knows? We've got a couple of simulation games to look at. I picked up Traveler's Rest. We might want to build a tavern. We always have the safety backup of FTL. Maybe we play some FTL. I'm still playing Slay the Spire. Maybe we play some Slay the Spire. So many options. But yeah, if you've got any suggestions, I'm down. We go through a lot of demos. I've mostly been doing the demos offline because many of them are bad, and I'm pretty sure you don't want to watch me play bad demos. They can be hilarious, but not always. Some games seem like they're gonna be good. Future streams, I'm looking at Starfield. I don't know how I feel about buying that one. I'm torn. I might buy it. I might do Game Pass. You want to see some horror games, Ianek? You clear those through self-beta and you let me know which games she would watch. I feel she might be a little excluded if we go too scary, but I have no problem playing scary games. Most of my jump reactions are when this cat flinches and then I flinch. I've also kind of wanted to do a Zelda Link to the Past randomizer run. Hey now, they said that Starfield is going to be the least buggy Bethesda game released since Fallout 3. Not since Fallout 3, since before Fallout 3. It's going to be the least buggy. I understand that's the lowest possible bar you can set. They have their entire QA team working on Starfield, which means both of those people are probably tired as hell. They'll never release it. That's their safest bet. Just don't release it. But it's also supposed to be day one on Xbox Game Pass. So if you've got access to Game Pass, if you've never used it before, I think you can still get the 99-cent 1 month pass. If not, it's still just like $10 to play Starfield. The aggravating thing is, if it does turn out to be good, if it turns into the next Fallout New Vegas, and I want to put 800 hours in, I'm going to have to buy it for multiple months. I kind of want to own the game. But I also think you get a discount on it if you have Game Pass. I don't know. It's going to be a last-minute decision. It's a lot of money to throw at a game. We're all poor here.
I don't know any rich people on Twitch. I'm sorry. All right. I've also talked about doing a couple of one-off workout streams. No fancy chairs, yeah. No Herman Millers, no Aarons in this little group. A couple people expressed interest in workout streams. They would be completely off my normal time schedule. So they would be much earlier in the day, like 4 hours earlier than my normal logon time. They wouldn't take the place of my normal streams. They would just be a little extra thing. And they would not have VODs. And they will not show up on the YouTube. They will be live only. And the reason is I work out with music. And I have to have music. Especially if we're doing heavy barbell. The purpose of those streams is going to be to explain movement details. Because the last thing I want to do is show somebody deadlift and then have them try and go do deadlift on their own and ruin their back. Or explain how to do squats, have them go do squats and then get stuck in the hole and not know how to bail out. These are terrible things that can happen. Or we start easy and we do like burpees and dumbbells, depending on what people have at home. It would just be a workaround, you know. What can you do? The deadest of lifts, yeah. Deadlifts are a fantastic way to do workout. People ignore it, but the core strength that you're using, it's a lot of muscles. And it's all the very important ones. But it's the hardest one to do correctly. A lot of people, they try and do it in a way that's easier, and then as they go up in weight, they find out that the easy way leads to injury. So that's the reason I'd want to do it. Just to kind of showcase what we're looking for. What are you doing, cat? Alright, she's stealing my hand. That's it. I'm not gonna keep chatting. I'm over my time and I need to go to bed. Stayed up too late. So yeah. Thanks everybody for coming. I'm proud of us. We did the Ironman all the way through Prestige 20. We beat a seal. This was an amazing adventure and I'm glad you're all here for it. I am going to send you guys over to Selphia. Dude, no, not a problem. I'm not gonna shush you. And thank you. I know, 100 followers. Thank you, Frowel, for the follow. It means a lot. You are my 100th follower. I have no problem doing the hard conversations, man. We're not scaring anybody away. This is an adult channel. We talk about adult things. We respect each other's boundaries. And I appreciate you being here. So yeah. Thanks for being here. I'll be back in a couple days. I hope you all had a good time. If you have any questions, comments, suggestions, my email is below. You can just go straight into my DMs. I appreciate all of you. We're gonna go raid Selphia. She was in here earlier. Now she's off streaming. She's doing some demos. She downloaded a bunch of demos, and she's kind of gonna go fly through them all and have a good time. I'm not gonna be able to stay up for it, but I send you that way, knowing that she is a good streamer. I'm getting cat fur in my face again. So thanks for coming. Take care of yourselves out there. I'll see you again soon. Give Sophia a hi for me. I'll catch you next time. Bye for now. Bella says bye. She also says purr. Catch you later.